Okay.
Lion of Judah Society.
Now here in this Torah portion right here we're at the last Torah portion, the first book of Moses, Sefer Bereshith, in the beginning, Genesis, called Genesis, Bereshith. So here at the 12th for the Shabbat, Vayechi, and he lived, and the patriarch lived. So what we have here is the last days of Yaakov, last days of the patriarch Jacob. We have a lot that's packed into this first book for the first semester, the first semester. Here, as we're completing this first book of Moses, the first book of the directions, first book of instructions, first book of the teachings, first book of the glory of his divine majesty. So here we're in Genesis. And here we're at the 12th Rastafari sabbatical study for this 12th Mana Torah portion, reading and feeding, Vayechi, and he lived. So there's a couple of themes, a couple of first themes, just an overview right here. We're referring to TPV, Volume 1 Torah portion, Volume 1. We have the PDF, the download the PDF off the hard copy. We recommend one get a hard copy. It's often good to have a hard copy, but if ones are not able to get it or just not yet, just get to check it out. You get the PDF at Rastafari Groundation. Can download it. Yes, I, and Tzedakah, always. Yes, I. So here we have Vayechi, right? Vayechi. Right? That's the first word of the Parsha, right? Of this manna here as we are completing this first book here. The Sefer, Bereshith, in the beginning. Reshith, in the principle. So this is 12th sabbatical Torah portion, the manna here. 9 Judaic cycle of the Torah portion, reading and feeding. We of the Royal Order, the Rastafari Order of Ethiopian Hebrews, and the cycle of Torah readings here. And it's the last in the book of Genesis, constituting Genesis chapter 47, verse 28, to Genesis 50, 26. Now, in the diaspora, we the black Jews, the Lion tribe of Judah, here in diaspora, we read it in the 12th Shabbat, after the Simchat Torah, the joy of Jalor. Generally in December or the January time. So right here, we have the summary, 5-part summary here from the TPV, the Torah portion, Volume 1. We have the first part, the first summary item, the burial in Canaan, the insistence of the patriarch, Yaakov, Abinu Yaakov, our father Jacob, to be buried not in Mitzrayim, not to be buried in Egypt, not to be buried in so-called Kemet or Mitzrayim, but to be buried in Canaan and in the cave, the Machpelah. Also another very important word when we consider the metaphysical implications of the word in the mystery school of HaMoshiach. So take note. And then the second item, we have the Baraka, right? The blessing of Ephraim and Manasseh. Now, also significance of the will and the understanding and the faculties of affirmation represented by Ephraim, doubly fruitful, and Manasseh, and forgetting or denial. So we have both the understanding and we have the will, right? Or will represented by Ephraim, right? And also the particular reversal of the Baraka of the patriarch, transferring the blessing of the firstborn to the Sheni, the younger, that was Ephraim, and the second, we could say for the second, to the first. So that reversal right there. So we have Ephraim and Manasseh, and also the adopting of Ephraim and Manasseh as Yaakov's own sons, right? So this is also a very interesting reasoning right there, but just as a summary, burial in Canaan, not to be buried, the insistence not to be buried in Mitzrayim. So these are some of the topical study themes, some of the areas, kind of like bite-sized portions to zoom in and zoom out. So looking at the overview right here, we have the burial in Canaan, Second item, the Baraka, or the Barakot of Ephraim and Manasseh. Then we have Yaakov's blessings, right? His blessing of the 12 sons, of his 12 sons. Then we have the fourth item, the burial of Yaakov, right? And the death of Yosef, and the conclusion of the first book of Moses, the Sefer Bereshith, Genesis. So here we see to zoom in on the third item. We have the third topical item, and that is the blessing of the 12 sons. Now, before the 12 sons were blessed, we had the blessing of Joseph's two sons, and that's namely Manasseh and Ephraim, and the adoption of those two sons by the patriarch, and the reversing, right, of the order, where it says that he guided his hands in Genesis chapter 48 and 14, and Yisrael, and Israel, the man who sees the true good, the true God, Israel, stretched out his right hand and laid it upon Ephraim's Rosh, Ephraim's Aras, his Rosh, his head, who was the younger, and his left hand upon Manasseh's Rosh, Manasseh's head, guiding his hands wittingly, for Manasseh was the firstborn. And he blessed Yosef, verse 15, and said, El Elohim, before whom my fathers, Abraham and Yitzhak, did walk, did trod, Ha Elohim, the true good, the true God, which fed me all my life long, to this day, Ha Melach, the angel who redeemed me from all evil, bless the lads, and make my name, Israel's name, be named on them, and the name of my fathers, my patriarchs, Abraham and Yitzhak, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth, in the midst of the earthly plane. Now that right there is the last word in the Sheni, the second Aliyah, here in this Torah portion reading. And then we pick up the third. And when Joseph saw that his father had laid his right hand upon the Rosh, the head of Manasseh, it displeased him. And he held up his father's yad, his father's hand, to remove it from Ephraim's Rosh, Ephraim's head, to Manasseh's head. And Joseph said to his father, not so, Avi, for this is the firstborn. Put thy right hand upon Rosho. Put thy right hand upon his head. And we have Yaakov refusing and saying that, Yadati b'ni, Yadati, I know, my son, I know it. And he also shall be great, speaking of Manasseh, but truly his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his seed, his race, shall become a multitude of nations. Now, not to go over that again in the detail that we've already touched on it previously, but this is also a topical theme here. So we see the blessing of the two sons of Jacob and the blessings of the two sons of Joseph, and these two sons being adopted as sons of Yaakov. That's a reason in itself. Why so? And what is the implication, significance of that as well? But here to zoom in on the 12, right, in chapter 49, Yaakov's, his dying baraka, his barakot, his blessings, the prophetic of the tribes of Yisrael, the prophetic of the tribes of Yisrael. So here we pick up right here, and this will correspond with the Rebi'i, with the fourth Aliyah, right here with Genesis chapter 49, chapter XLIX, the Mem Tate, the main Tate chapter, Bereshith, Vayechi, Mem Tate. And Jacob called to his sons and said, gather yourselves together that I may tell you that which shall befall y'all in the end of days. Be'acharit hayamin, in the last days. Be'acharit hayamin, in the end of days, in the last days. So he calls his sons, he says, assemble yourselves and hear, y'all sons of Yaakov, and hearken to Yisrael, Israel, your father. Vayikra Yaakov el banayo, vayomer he'asfu v'hagida lachem et asher yikra etkem be'achrit hayamim. Assemble yourselves together. Hikabtsu. 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 This is where we get the kabat, kabutz, right? The kabutz, the kabat. He says, hikabtsu. 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 Gather, assemble. Gather yourselves together. Now, KJV has in verse 1 and verse 2 of Genesis chapter 49, gather in both places. In the Chumash, first sentence, gather yourselves together. Gather yourselves together. Hey, asfu, gather yourselves together. With agida lachem, and I will tell y'all, et asher yikra etkem, that which will happen before y'all, be'achrit hayami. Hikabtsu, assemble yourselves, kabutz yourselves, hikabtsu, with Shim'u b'nei Yaakov, and here Shim'u, b'nei, my sons, the sons, b'nei Yaakov. So here he speaks also in the third person sense, right? Because Jacob is gathering his sons together, and Israel is blessing his children right here. So it's Yaakov, but then we see the significance of Yisrael, of the name. So he wants the two names of Jacob. Why in some places we have Yaakov, and in other places we have Israel. Here he says, assemble yourselves and hear. Hikabtsu, assemble, kabutz yourselves. With Shim'u b'nei Yaakov, your sons of Yaakov. With Shim'u, and hear y'all. With Shim'u, and hear, obey, hear. With Shim'u, il Yisrael avikem. Il Yisrael to Yisrael, with Shim'u, il Yisrael avikem. And hearken, y'all, to Israel, your father. So in this chapter here, we have the 12 sons, the 12 tribes being gathered together. They are being told, he seeks to tell them, with agida lachem, with agida, to tell them, right, lachem, to all of y'all, to tell you. He intended to reveal the end. And then you see the advent of Mashiach, the Messiah, to them. But the Shekinah, the Shekinah, departed, they say, from him, and he turned to other matters. That which shall befall you in the end of days. Et asher yikra etkem be'achrit hayamim. How you will each fear in the conquest of Canaan, and what you will each inherit therein. Some observe that what follows is not a baraka, but simply this revelation of the future. He did, in fact, bless them too, as follows from verse 28, but his blessings to them, some say, are not recorded. Others hold that the end of days, as we have in the Chumash and the KJV, is the last days, or be'achrit ha-yamim, in the end, be'achrit, the days after ha-yamim, the latter days. Some say this refers to the Messianic age, the Messianic era, of which his words contain a hint. Others cite that verse 10 in chapter 49 is an allusion to ha-Mashiach. But he says, hearken, with Shim'u il Yisrael avikem. Hearken to Yisrael, your father, accept the way in which he has taught you all his life. Listen, hear. Not just to hear, but to hear with the implication of obedience. Thereby, you will be true sons of Yisrael, true children, true B'nai Yisrael. And you will strive with Elohim, and you will strive with man, and you will prevail as the Baraka, that Ha-Mela'ak pronounced on him, the man, the angel Elohim in Genesis chapter 32. at verse 29. So he begins off here with Reuben, 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 Bekori ata, Kochi, Reshita oni, Yeter seita, Yeter oz. It says Reuben, Reuben, thou, my firstborn, my might, and the beginning of my strength, the excellency of dignity, and the excellency of power, unstable as water. Thou shalt not excel, because thou wentest up to thy father's bed. Then defilest thou. He went up to my couch. There we have the KJV rendering of it. Here from the Sefer Bereshith, it reads, Reuben, Bekori ata, Reuben, behold a son, Reuben, the vision of the son, Reu, behold your Reu, Bain, a son is seen, Reuben, Bekori, 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 Bekori ata, Reuben, thou art my firstborn ata, Bekori ata, my might, Kochi, Kochi, my might, Kochi, my might, with Reshit, and the first fruits with Reshit, Oni, and the first fruit of my strength, with Reshit Oni, Yeter Se'et, with Yeter Oz, the excellency, Yeter Se'et of dignity, with Yeter, and the excellency Oz, of strength, of power, Oz, unstable as water, Pachaz Kamai, Ala Totar, have not thou the excellency? Some interpret that as have not thou the excellency. King James Version, the translators bringing out unstable as water. Pachaz kamayim. Pachaz kamayim, unstable as water. Thou shalt not excel. Al totar, thou shalt not excel because thou wentest up, aliyad up to thy father's bed. Ki alita mishikve avika, because thou wentest up to thy father's bed, aliyad up to your father's bed. Ki alita mishikve avika, aza halalta yitzoi Allah, then defilest thou it. Yitzoi Allah, he went up to my couch. What do we have here? Reuben. We have Reuben. First and foremostly, Reuben, the eldest son of Yaakov by Leah in Genesis 29:32. The metaphysical implications is Reuben is faith, represents faith in its aspect of discernment, sight. Reu, see y'all, Reu, Bain, son. Reuben, faith in its aspect of discernment, sight. In the outer sense, some link the Palu connection. He's the son of Reuben. Reuben, like Shimon, like Simeon, this speaks of understanding, a faculty. We have the 12 faculties of man. A faculty takes on the tincture and the tone of some associate faculty, as there's 12 sons and the 12 faculties of men, the 12 signs, the 12 apostles, disciples, apostles. Here, a faculty, this firstborn faculty represented by Reuben of the 12. A faculty takes on the tincture and the tone of some associate faculty. We must understand the relation and the relationship of that faculty, since any faculty can take on the character of another faculty or perform its office. And so we find in the Bnei Yaakov, the sons of Jacob, that the faculties that they signify are interblending and acting in various capacities under varying circumstances. The 12 Bnei Yaakov, sons of Jacob, represent the 12 foundation faculties of man, of humanity. The name of each of these sons, when correctly interpreted, gives the development and office its particular faculty in spirit, soul, and body, in the tripartite, trifold being, because man is a trinity made in the image and after the likeness of Ha-Elohim, the true good, the true God. For example, when the Bnei Yaakov were born, their mothers revealed the character of the faculties that they represented as set forth in the 29th and the 30th chapters of Genesis. And Leah conceived and bare a son and called his name Reuben, for she said, because Yahweh Jehovah hath looked upon my affliction. The emphasis is on the word looked. And by referring to the concordance, we find that the meaning of the name Reuben is a son seen. Behold, y'all, a son. It is clear that this refers to the bringing forth of sight, seen, quote, and she conceived again and bare a son, and said, because Yahweh Jehovah hath heard that I am hated, end quote. Here the emphasis is on the word heard. You heard? And referring to the concordance, we find that Shimon, or Simeon, means who hears, one who obeys, hearing in the sense of obeying, quote. And she conceived again and bare a son and said, now this time is she, my husband, my ish, be joined to me, be joined to I, end quote. In this case, the emphasis is on the word joined. Lewi, Levi means joined to, attached, or unity, einity, which in body is feeling. In the soul, the nefesh, in the suke, the psyche, sympathy. In the spirit, the ruach, it's love. So each of these 12 faculties in the complete man, the complete human being, functions in this threefold degree. What is here described as the 12 sons of Yaakov, the Bnei Yaakov, is the first or the natural bringing forth of the faculties, which arrive at a higher expression in the 12 disciples of Yeshua HaMashiach, in the 12 disciples of Jesus Christus, of Jesus Christ. Shimon Petro, Simon Peter, is hearing and faith united. Johannes, John is feeling and love joined. When we believe, Amen, Naamin, what we hear, what we Shema, what we hear, it forms in us, and I the substance of Hadavar, of the word, which is Petro, Peter, a rock, a sure foundation. So faith, admittance cometh of hearing, and hearing by the word of HaMashiach, Reuben. Now next we have, interestingly enough, we have Simon and Levi. Simon and Levi, or Simeon and Lewi. And here, we have it said, Simeon and Levi are brethren. Simon and Levi are brethren. Shimon u Lewi are Achim. They are Achim. They are brethren. Simon and Levi are brethren. Let's bring this out from the KJV first right here. The KJV, let's just bring this forward. So we have Simeon and Levi. Simeon and Levi are brothers. Instruments of cruelty, their habitation. O my soul, come not thou into their secret. To their assembly, thy assembly, my honor, be not thou united. For in their anger they slew a man, and in their self-will they dig down a wall. Cursed their anger, for fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Yaakov, in Jacob, and scatter them in Israel, in Israel. So we have Shimon, Levi, Simon, and Levi. Let's touch on Shimon, Simeon. Simeon, Shimon, the Hebrew Shimon, Shimon, hearing, Shimon, hearkening, Shimon, obeying, Shimon, obedient, Shimon, understanding, Shimon, announced, Shimon, reported, reputed, famous. Second son of Yaakov, of Jacob by Leah, quote, and she conceived again and bare a son and said, because Yahweh Jehovah hath heard that I am afflicted, he hath therefore given me this son also. And she called Shimon. She called his name Shimon. Genesis 29:33. Yaakov, Jacob's blessing of this son is as follows, as we already touched on once again. Simeon and Levi are brethren. Weapons of violence are their swords. O my soul, come not thou into their council, to their assembly, my glory. Be not thou united. For in their anger they slew a man, and in their self-will they hopped an ox. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Jacob and scatter them in Israel. Genesis 49, verses 5-7. In Moshe's Braka, Moses' blessing of the tribes of Israel, Shimon, Simeon, is not mentioned. In the promised land, quote, their inheritance was in the midst of the inheritance of the children of Yehuda. We have this in Joshua chapter 19, verse 1. The metaphysical implication, the bringing forth of Shimon, the bringing forth of hearing. This son of Yaakov did not, according to his history, fulfill that which the name implies. When we connect this with Reuben, we get further light or illumination on the import of Yaakov's sons of the Bnei Yaakov. Simeon means one who listens or one who obeys, one who listens and one who obeys. Shimon, hearing. In its higher aspect, it refers to the state of mind in the devout Meshahawian, Christian, anointed one that looks for and expects spiritual guidance and instruction direct from Elohim. It may be summed up in the word receptivity. We have Luke's Gospel, chapter 2, verse 25. In Luke chapter 2, at the 29th verse, 2:29, this new consciousness of the indwelling immortal life takes the place of hope, expectancy, obedience, Shimon. Now we have the name Simon from the Hebrew Shimon, the Greek of the Hebrew, still with the meaning hearing, hearkening, obeying, understanding, announced, reported, reputed, famous. We have the apostle of Yeshua HaMashiach, who is called Petros or Petro or Peter, Matthew 4:18. We have a brother of Yeshua in Matthew 13:55. We have Simeon the leper in Matthew 26:6. Another apostle of Yeshua HaMashiach. We have Simon the zealot in Luke 6:15. The father of Judas Iscariot in John 6:71. There was a sorcerer who lives in HaMashiach, in the Messiah, through Philip's teaching in Acts of the Apostles, chapter 8, verses 9-24. Simon is the same as Simeon. Metaphysically speaking, in the mystery school of the Messiah, HaMashiach, for the general significance of Simeon, Simon referred to Simeon. The spelling slightly different. We have strength. Andrew is clearly related to substance, or Simon. which in spirit we call faith or Peter. John chapter 1, verse 40 and 41. Faith is the giving substance to things hoped for. Hebrews 11 and 1. There's some marginal notes also getting into the Hebrew 11 and 1 quote. Faith is the giving substance to things that are hoped or expected for. What we hope for and mentally seen as a possibility in our life, our liberty becomes and comes into visibility, and we call it substance. In Mark chapter 1, verses 29 to 34, Yeshua coming, quote, into the house of Simon and Andrew with James and John, end quote. In individual consciousness, it signifies the coming of the spiritual he who he be, the great I am, into a firm, unyielding, enduring consciousness of faith and strength, typified by Simon and Andrew, supported by the faculties of judgment and love, represented by James and John. The results are a positive activity of these spiritual forces, directed by he who he be, the great I am, which brings about a healing, redeeming work within the soul, represented by Simon's mother-in-law, who was healed by Yeshua. This living demonstration, this manifestation of the power of Ha-Ruach, the spirit, in the nefesh, in the psyche, in the soul consciousness, awakens the soul to the knowledge, the gnosis of the power of Ha-Ruach, of the spirit of the Irit, to free and to make whole and holistic. All that are sick, all thoughts of a demoniac character are brought to Simon's door, representing the door of faith, and are healed. We have Simon the Canaanite, or Simon the Zealot. Another of Yeshua's apostles represents the zeal faculty in man. In the body, this faculty is located at the base of the brain. The house of Simon the leper, what does it represent? It represents a state of body consciousness in which vital substance has been vitiated. Simon the sorcerer is the ambition of personality. Simon the sorcerer, the ambition of personality, to handle the power of Ruach, of the spirit of the Irit, without paying the price through faith and love. The offer of money for spiritual power, it entails the thought of man's putting a price on the works of Elohim, on the works of the true good, the true God. The power of the Ruach HaKadosh, of the Holy Spirit, the Irit, is obtained only by unselfish service. Therefore, personal power and glorification have, quote, neither part nor lot, end quote. In the spiritual realm, which is represented by the kingdom of Shemayim, the kingdom of the heavens. The only way to loose the bonds of personality, to make the heart right and righteous toward Ha-Elohim, the true good, the true God, is through repentance, metanoia, change of mind, diligent tefillah, prayer, self-analysis, self-adjustment, and meditation and meditation, which transmute selfishness into unselfishness, personality into individuality, the indivisible duality. The law, ha-Torah, is, as I live, saith Adonai, to me, to I, every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess to Elohim. Shimon, Lewi, Achim, Simon and Levi are brothers. Simon and Levi are brothers. So we still have Levi, because Simon and Levi are brothers. So we touched on Simeon from the old to the new, and here also to touch on Levi, Lewi, in the baraka, in the blessing of the patriarch, in the blessing of Jacob to his 12 sons. Just touching on these 3 or 4 right here and some of the metaphysical implication of this, as well as the application for I and I in the Brit Chadasha, in the renewed covenant, in the Hadis Kidan. So here we have the word in the scripture. We read it from KJV, the Hebrew, Shimon Levi Achim, Kalei Hamas, Mekerotehem. Simeon and Levi are brethren, weapons of violence, their kinship. Bisodama alatavo nafshi, let my soul, make my soul not come into their counsel. Bisodam alatavo nafshi biya kahalam, to their assembly, let not my glory be united. Ala tehada kavodi, for in their anger they slew men. Ki be'apam hargu ish, they slew hargu ish, they slew a man. Ki be'apam hargu ish, uabiras onama ikru ashor, and in their self-will they hogged oxen, they slew oxen. But now here's interesting, because KJV brings out they tore down, right? They tore down a wall. But now this was said to these Achim, brothers, who Shimon Levi Achim, they are brothers. So Levi, Levi joining, Levi clinging, wreathing, entwining, enfolding, uniting in the sense of loving. The third son of Yaakov by Leah, quote, and she conceived again and bare a son, and said, now this time will Ishi, my husband, be joined to me, be joined to I, because I have borne him 3 sons. Therefore was Shimon, his name, called Levi in Genesis 29:34. Yaakov's baraka of his son Levi is given jointly together with that of Shimon, with that of Simeon. In Genesis 49:5-7, Simeon and Levi and Levi are brethren. Weapons of violence are their swords. O my soul, come not thou into their council, to their assembly, Kavodi, my glory, be not thou united. Allah tehada kavodi. Bi kahalam. Allah tehad kavodi. For in their anger they slew a man. Ki be'apam hargu ish. And in their self-will, they hacked an ox. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Yaakov. I will divide them in Jacob, and scatter them in Yisrael. And scatter them in Israel. Aurora pa maki oz. Wherever ratam makia kashta. Chalakeim be Yaakov. Wa fitzeim be Yisrael. Now we have to note that when it says, cursed be their anger, aror apam. He did not curse them, he cursed their anger. May they fail in their anger to take vengeance and do evil. May their anger grow less and less and less. Aror apam. For as blessed from the barak root in the Hebrew often implies increase, so curse, aror, denotes the reverse. I will divide them in Jacob, scatter them in Yisrael. Moshe's baraka on the tribe of Levi which we have in Deuteronomy 33, verses 8 to 11. And of Levi, he said, thy Tumim and thy Urim are with thy godly one, him whom thou lovest, whom thou didst prove at Massa, with whom thou didst strive at the waters of Meribah, who said of his father and of his mother, I have not seen him. Neither did he acknowledge his brethren, nor knew he his own children, for they have observed thy word and kept thy covenant. They shall teach Yaakov thine ordinances, and Israel thy law. They shall put incense, incense before thee, and whole burnt offering upon thine altar. Bless Yahweh, Jehovah his substance, and accept the work of his hands. Smite through the loins of them that rise up against him, and of them that hate him, that they rise not again. In the mystery school of the Moshiach, metaphysical implication, metaphysically speaking, the faculty of love, Levi, in human consciousness, love is a uniting, the uniting, joining force of divine, the divine mind. When Leah, representing the human nefesh, suke, psyche, the human soul, brought forth Levi, she said, quote, now, this time will Ishi, my husband, be joined to me. We connect our forces with whatever we send to our loved one. If we love the things of sense, they become part of us, part of I nine. And we lose the ability to enter into the realm of spirit, the irit mind, the irit mentality. This is why Yahweh commanded Moshe not to make any graven image of him. Graven images are made by mental pictures. The thought that Elohim is a great king in a place called Shemaim, heaven, makes just such a mental image in one's thought realms. And one grows to believe, admit, amen in, and worship such an imaginary being instead of the true Elohim, the true good, the true God who is Ruach, spirit, Irit, Yaakov, Jacob's Braka, Jacob's blessing on Levi, which seem to some more of a curse than a Braka. It reveals how the strong emotions and feelings of man, before coming under the dominion of divine love, are often exercised in very adverse and destructive ways. Levi means joining or united, signifies in the body feeling, in the soul the nefesh, the suke, the psyche, sympathy, in the spirit love. Therefore, when love is expressed through the body as feeling, apart from love's dominion, violence may result instead of kindness, and unselfishness and an irresistible power for good. Moshe's Braka, Moses' blessing in the tribe of Levi, reveals a great unfoldment, a great lifting up of the love faculty in consciousness. In this stage, however, it is still of the intellect, and its true spiritual quality has not yet been realized, although a degree of perception of its perfection has been attained. Now, the connection of Levi, as well to the Levites, is also particular interest, speaking of the metaphysical implications of Levi to the Levites belonging to Levi, as well as Leviticus. But here, take a Selah moment to pause for the cause. The first three sons, Reuben, Shimon, Lewi, Reuben, Simeon, and Levi.
lack, this chet, this missing the mark. So come. Make I reason. Come make a reason and discuss the importance. What is the importance of speaking the truth in love? The truth in love, the truth of the king. In love, this forfeiture, this lack, this chet, this missing the mark. So come. Make I reason. Come make a reason and discuss the importance. What is the importance of speaking the truth in love? What is the importance of speaking the truth in love? In love. In love. Ki ima nidabira ha'emet be'ahava ve'negidila ve'chola davar lau la'mashiach asher huwa ha'rosh. Here, Ephesians 4 and 15. But speaking the truth in love. In love. For speaking the truth in love, but speaking the truth in love. Ki im nidaber ha'emet be'ahava. Be'ahaba. Speaking the truth in love. Ki im nidaber ha'emet be'ahaba. Be'ahaba. Ahava. Ahava be'ahaba. In ahaba. In love. Ki im nidaber ha'emet be'ahaba. We negidla bikola davara lau lamashia hasher huwa harosh. Full of full, Ephesians 4:15. But speaking the truth in love may grow up into him in all things. That is head. Moshiach, even Mashiach, even Messiah, even Christos, even Christ in his kingly character. Kiim nedaber haimeta be'ahava. We negidila bikola davar lo la Mashiach asher hu harosh. Kiim nidaber haemet be'ahava. Okay.
Lion of Judah Society.
Zion, I well see them proposing now, Eden go down. I always try who's on your side, and now always remember, be strong in this time. Eden rage when the righteous climb. Never let them get you down. Keep your mind now. Pollute the Sabbath, you pollute mankind. Remember, be strong in this time. Eden rage when the righteous climb. Never let them get you down. Keep your mind and pollute your brother, you pump. Everyone should know that your rod must be clean. Rasta love it when you no juggle righteous. Teach the ghetto youth of self-esteem. Stop the ghetto youth them from live corrupt. Failing to see us as true human beings. Pharaoh ordinary mode. Moving tough. Maintaining an evilous regime. Preventing the ghetto youth from rising up. So come here we go about them ghetto kings and queen. Eden a tremble, physically rope. Me know needs of flowers Ethiopian stream. In Emperor Selassie I put all your trust. Yes, black woman, wake up from your dream. In the fantasy world, don't get stuck. Babylon I got on it into a bloody scene. Gideon start them, so them gonna go rust. Me tell them so slavery did more than me. Who can stop it? The revolution bust up on the wicked man shoulder. Never Mussolini. Go tell them so repatriation that is a must. I herbalist myself to keep it all is clean. Come and bless black people with the herb in a liquor. Could let the royal nation not touch on the scene. But tell Babylon so them feel look but not touch. Always remember, be strong in this time. Eden rage when the righteous climb. Never let them get you down. Keep your mind now. Pollute your brother, you pollute mankind. Remember, be strong in this time. Eden rage when the righteous climb. Never let them get you down. A firm mind now. Pollute your sister, you pollute. The teachings are for the humble. Reaches on to the pure and the simple. Keep you calm and you elude all rumble. Fight against the righteous heart and then you stumble. Neatly designed and properly placed are the traps of the wicked. Check out them meditate to disrupt the upright deceiving face. They have no desire for love or taste. Teaching the truth they neglect and forsake. Taking it for granted whose mistake. I say rise and be great. Never stop strive, there is no time for breaks. Always remember, be strong in this time. Eden rage when the righteous law. Never let them get you down. Keep your mind now. Pollute your brother, you pollute mankind. Remember, be strong in this time. Eden rage you and the righteous climb. Never let them get you down. Keep your mind now. Pollute your sister, you pollute. Love is the heart that them can't go around. Trying to be clever, only proof to be a clown. Rastafari them with words, powers and sound. Mystery Babylon, I see that you're going down. You always remember, be strong in this time. Eden rage when the righteous climb. Never let them get you down. Keep your mind now. Pollute your brother, you pollute. Always remember, be strong in this time.
Psalm 82.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty.
אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל.
He judgeth among the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods.
בקרב אלוהים ישפוט.
How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. Psalm 82.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור לאסף.
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty.
אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל.
He judgeth among the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods.
בקרב אלוהים ישפוט.
How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations, 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 inherit all nations.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור לאסף. אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל, בקרב אלוהים ישפוט. עד מתי תשפטו עוול, ופני רשעים תישאו סלע. שפטו דל ויתום, עני ורש הצדיקו. פלטו דל ואביון, מיד רשעים הצילו. לא ידעו ולא יבינו, בחשיכה יתהלכו, ימותו כל מוסדי ארץ. אני אמרתי, אלוהים אתם, ובני עליון כולכם. אכן כאדם תמותון, וכאחת השרים תיפולו. קומה אלוהים, שפטה הארץ, כי אתה תנחל בכל הגויים.
And here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Shalishi, the third Aliyah, the third up offering up, going up. Third reading here for this Shabbat, Vayechi, Sabbath, and he lived. Here picking up the first book of Moses, Hebrew book known as Genesis chapter 48, here at verse 17 for the Shalishi, Ali. Vayare Yosef, Kia Yashita Rio, Yada Yamino, Al Rosha Ephraim, Vayera'a Be'ainayo, Vayayitamoka Yada Rio, Le Hasira Otaha, Me Al Rosh Ephraim, Al Rosha Menashe. And when Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand upon the head of Ephraim, Vayare Yosef, Ki Yashita V'yo Yada Yimino Al Rosh Ephraim. It displeased him. Vayera'a Be'ainayo, and he held up his father's hand. Vayitamoka Yad Avio Le Hasirotaha Me Al Rosh Ephraim Al Rosh Menashe, to remove it from Ephraim's head to Manasseh's Rosh. And Joseph said to his father, Vayomer Yosef el Avio, not so, my father. Lo Cain Avi, not so, my father. For this is the firstborn. Put thy right hand upon his rosh, upon his head. Vayomer Yosef el avio, lo ken avi, ki ze habkor sima yemineka ala rosho. And his father refused and said, I know, my son Beni, I know. He also shall become a people, and he also shall be great. But truly, his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his seed shall become a multitude of nations. And his father refused. Why, ma'en avio, why yomer, and said, Yadaeti bini, yadaeti. I know, my son, I know. Yadaeti avini, yadaeti. He also shall become a people. Gam hu yihyeh am, and he also shall be great. With gam hu yigdal. But truly his younger brother shall be greater than he. Ve'ulam achiyo hakatona yigdala mimenu. And his seed shall become a multitude of nations. Ve'zar'o yihyeh milo hagoyim. And he blessed them that day, saying, in thee I shall Israel bless, saying, Elohim make thee I as Ephraim and as Manasseh. And he set Ephraim before Manasseh. Vayavarkein bayom hahu leimor beka yibareka Yisrael lemora Yismeka Elohim ke Ephraim we ke Manasseh. Vayasema et Ephraim lifnei Manasseh. And Israel said to Joseph, Vayomer Yisrael Yosef, behold, look, see, I die. But Elohim shall be with you and bring you again to the land of your fathers. Hine Anoki mate. Haya Elohim imakem. Haishiva etkem elaretza ebotekem. Moreover, I have given to thee one portion above thy brethren, which I took out of the hand of the Amorite with my sword and my bow. Wa'ani natati leka shechem achad ala acheka asher la acheti miyad haimori b'charbi u'b'kashti. Moreover, I have given to thee one portion above thy brethren. Wa'ani natati leka shechem achad ala acheka, which I took out of the hand of the Amorite. Asher lakachti miyad ha'emori, with my sword and my bow. B'charbi u'b'kashti. Wa'ani natati leka shechem achad ala acheka, asher lakachti miyad ha'emori b'charbi u'b'kashti.
Would you let the system get on top of your head again? Okay.
Shalom again, shalom chaverim. Here we have today's daily psalm. We have Psalm 9 according to the royal order of Ethiopian Hebrews, after the order of Melchizedek, the righteous king, even the King of Kings, Kadamal, Haile Selassie, HaKadosh, Baruch Hu, Baruch Hashem, 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 Hashem.
Psalm 101.
מזמור ק"א, לדוד מזמור, 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 מזמור.
I will sing of mercy and judgment, 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 judgment.
חסד ומשפט אשירה, 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 אשירה.
Unto thee, O Lord, will I sing, will I sing, will I sing.
לך אדוני אזמרה, 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 אזמרה.
I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way, way.
אשכילה בדרך תמים, 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 תמים.
Oh, when wilt thou come unto me, come unto me, come unto me, come unto me?
מתי תבוא אליי, 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 אליי? אתהלך, אתהלך, אתהלך,
I will walk,
אתהלך,
I will walk, I will walk.
אתהלך, 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 אתהלך.
I will walk within my house with a perfect heart, perfect heart, perfect heart, perfect heart.
אתהלך בתום לבבי, בתום לבבי, בתום לבבי, בתום לבבי, בתום לבבי.
I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes. I hate the work of them that turn aside. It shall not cleave to me. A froward heart shall depart from me. I will not know a wicked person. Whoso privily slandereth his neighbor, him will I cut off. Him that hath an high look and a proud heart will not I suffer. Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with me. He that walketh in a perfect way, he shall serve me. He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house. He that telleth lies shall not tarry in my sight. I will early destroy all the wicked of the land, that I may cut off all wicked doers from the city of the Lord.
Yes. Shalom, chaverim, shalom. Here, today's daily psalm, according to the royal order here in the season. We have Psalm 101. 101 words right there of the Rastafari on the anointing, the crowning day. We have Psalm 101. So 101 uttered by the Rastafari Mekonnen on the anointing and coronation day. Connected with the coronation here, we have Mizmor Kof Aleph. Mizmor Kof Aleph. Psalm 100, Kof, Aleph, first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, Aleph, Kof, the Hebrew letter, has a numerical value of 100. So here from the Sefer Tehillim, here Perek Kof, Aleph, chapter 101. So here, what do we have? Here we have an ideal kingship. The psalm right here is themed an ideal kingship. Ideal kingship. Now, I'd like to share something from that third aliyah right there, because that's where we get the traditional blessing for a son. The traditional blessing for a son. So here, the Torah reading and feeding. Here we're at Vayechi. Vayechi, or others might call it Vayechi. Vayechi, Wa and Yechi, Va and Yechi, and he lived. So here we have this Torah reading and feeding concerning the patriarch Yaakov, the third of the patriarchs that we identify when we identify the God the Elohim, Elohei Abraham, Elohei Yitzhak, Elohei Yaakov, or Elohei Abraham, right? Yitzhak with Yaakov, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Another way of saying the power of the Almighty of the Trinity of the patriarchal patriarchs, those who Yahweh Eloheinu, those who he swore by himself to, right? So we have interesting right there. Let's just segue just for un momento, por favor. I like to pick up with this right here, an ideal kingship. We just wanted to like introduce the daily psalm here in the season, its connection with the Rastafari, the Ras, Prince Teferi Mekonnen, on that, or Negus Teferi, as it was at that time, on the coronation, the anointing and coronation day, this psalm, Psalm 101. So we're going to segue to the traditional blessing that's found in the third Aliyah, that blessing that the patriarch Abinu Yaakov pronounced over Joseph's sons, who he adopted as his own sons. All right. And how does that connect right here, even with the royal order and the daily psalms? Well, it's a baraka. Let's do this right here, if we may. Let's bring up the other window. Let's see if we can bring this up for just one moment before we get into the full right here. Okay, is this it right here? Let's see. Let's go on. Rastafari Joseph right there. Okay, that's what happened. Our window in the back just moved. Okay, let's just take the two sons right here. All right, the two sons. What's going on here? Okay, give me one moment. Okay, there we go. Okay, this moves kind of fast. Boom. Pause that there. And for this psalm, we'll pause this here for the psalm right here. Let's see, bring it back. Okay, pause it right there in the back. Okay, so Ephraim and Manasseh, right? Ephraim and Manasseh. Just want to bring this out, this connection here with this Torah reading and feeding. So we have the third Aliyah, third day, the T to T that we call Testify Tuesday, moving already into the fourth day. You know, time. We enter in this Shabua here. We enter. How can we say we enter in 2025, and then we come into the new year? So, you know, a Shana Tov, you know, new, even a Gentile year, it's a new time, a sequence. So, you know, be well. But here with the Torah reading and feeding, as we transition from the old Western Gentile year into the new year, let's see if we can bring this up right here. Here we go, right here. All right. So here, this Torah reading and feeding. All right. So a little segue here. So this Torah reading and feeding, we have Vayechi, right? More on the Psalms to come right there, right? More on Psalm 101, the proclamation by the anointed and the crowned Davidic king, right? So here, let's go over here. Here we go, right here. So we have the third Aliyah right here. This is our Torah reading and feeding. We're at the 12th sabbatical study here for the Shabbat Strong. Vayechi, Vayechi, right? And he lives. So here we picked up with this right here, the third reading right here. Let's just go here to the Vayechi, right? Page right here. Let's scroll down to third reading right here. Luko Batalawa. It's small, but it's very important. Just to read through this here and also connect the dots with what we like to share right here. The formula for blessing of sons Hebraically, Judaically, from such a time to such a time, basically comes out from this right here, from this Torah reading and feeding here, Vayechi, the 12th, and particularly, here we go, right here, particularly from this Aliyah here, the third Aliyah, right? The third Aliyah. So the third Aliyah here, third reading, 17 to 22. Here we go, right? And when Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand, Yamin, right, on the rosh of Ephraim, it displeased him. Or more correctly, Hebraically, it was evil. It was evil. It was ra. Right? Be'anav, it was evil in his eyes. right? And he held up his father's hand to remove it from Ephraim's head. Now, Ephraim is the younger son, and Manasseh is the older son, right? Right. So it was displeasing, KJV translated, but the Hebrew, force of the Hebrew, it was evil in his eyes. And Joseph said to his father, not so, not so, Abi. But this is the Bechor. This is the Bechor. This is the firstborn. Put thy Yamin, right? Yamineka, right? Upon Rosho, upon his Rosh, his Ras. Because in other words, the elder, right, receives the elder blessing, and the younger receives the younger blessing. The firstborn, the secondborn, the secondborn. But here, excuse me, Slicha, here his father, Abinu, the patriarch, Yaakov, he reverses. He reverses that. Now, as you mentioned before, this is interesting because even Yaakov, Jacob is the younger, right? And his brother Esau is the elder, right? It's very interesting because Joseph, Joseph, he is the younger of the you say of 11. He's the 11th, or he's the youngest of the brothers. Well, not the youngest, but the next to youngest. Benjamin is the youngest, and yet he rose to prominence. You know what I'm saying? So look at the patriarch Jacob. Right? One could say, well, Jacob is doing what kind of happened to him, right? But he definitely sees and receives something from the Ruach, from the Spirit, right? Because Elohim, right, is with him, right? Emo is with him, right? So here Joseph said to his father, not so, not so, right? And his father refused, right? And said, I know, Yadati, Beni, I know, my son. He also shall become a people. Manasseh will become a people. Be all right. He's the eldest, but I'm giving the firstborn Baraka blessing, right, to the youngest. So we see this interesting pattern right here, where usually, right, the blessing of the firstborn, but here, right, we get a patriarchal blessing from the patriarch Jacob, aka Yisrael, upon Joseph, his beloved, and one might say his favorite son, his beloved sons, right? His two sons. And he reverses that order. The same thing that appears to be, right, with himself, Jacob being the second born, right, the youngest, right, but got that blessing, right? One might say covertly in chapter 27 and overtly in chapter 28 of Genesis, right? Here we're coming to conclusions. So just kind of a connecting, the themes, Chabarim. So he goes on and says, he shall become a people and he also shall be great. But truly, surely and truly, right? His younger brother. So we get this divine reversal, right? Is this to repair the breach, of chet, of sin, right? Even from the beginning, is this to repair something right here? We see the same thing with Cain. He's the firstborn, but Hebel, he was about to get that blessing. His offering was acceptable, right? While Cain, the firstborn, was unacceptable, right? So we get to see this pattern, right? We get to see this pattern throughout, right? So let's reason on the pattern of the younger. In these special instances, right? Not always. The Torah still says that, the right of the firstborn is the firstborn and the latter ones are the latter ones. But here, right, we get, the will of Yahweh Elohim, right? But isn't it interesting that Joseph doesn't really peep it, right? He says, this is the elder son. It's not right to put your right hand, right? The hand, we could say the dominant hand, right? That hand of the Baracha, right? Firstly and foremostly upon the younger. It's proper to put it on the elder because he is the firstborn, right? But Jacob, right? Yaakov says, I know, Yadati, I know, Beni, my son, Yadati, I know, right? He also, get the key word also, right? Inclusive, right? But in a secondary capacity, right? Shall become a people. And he also, again, Gam, right? Shall be great, shall be Gadol, right? But surely and truly, his younger brother shall become greater, right, than he. And his seed, right? His race, his seed shall become a multitude of nations, right? Right, a fullness, right? In the Hebrew, a fullness of nations. Interesting. The whole nations, yeah? Take note, right? And he blessed them that day. Now, what he says here in the bracha, in the blessing, becomes the point and principle of Yehudi Judaic blessing from such a time, even before Moshiach, and continuing even to this very day. This is the blessing for sons right here, right? It's derived from this blessing of Abinu Yaakov, right? Our father Jacob, right, the patriarch Jacob, to Joseph's two sons that he adopts, right, and in a sense houses. He houses Joseph's two sons, right, into the house of Yisrael. You get it? He houses, he basically takes the two sons of Joseph as his two sons. Now, this is very, very significant, right? Because there's 12, right? So now there's these two. So how do we work out the number? How do we work out the math right here? Right? There's a 12, and then there's a 2. That'll be 13. Well, actually 14, right? Because Joseph, right? But here's the blessing. Let's focus on the blessing right here, because this is our main point. Just want to bring this across here for the third day, for the T to T, Testify Tuesday. And he blessed them that day, saying, in thee shall Yisrael bless, shall Israel bless. What does he mean? That's Jacob, right? So Jacob is Israel. Notice how Jacob, in some instances within Bereshit in Genesis, even after he gets his new name, is still being called Yaakov. And then in some instances, he's called Israel. Take note of the places where it's talking about Jacob, but then it seems to switch up and then highlight Yisrael, right? So here, notice the next verse. It says, and Israel said to Joseph. Let's scroll back for a moment so you can see the point I'm seeking to make right here, all right? When we go back to the previous, right, the second aliyah, it says Israel stretched out his hand, right? All right, let's scroll back right here. Let's scroll back. It says Israel said to Joseph. You notice when it's like Joseph, and when it's Joseph and Jacob, it's no longer Jacob, but it's Yisrael. Have you noticed that? All right, as we have right here. And the eyes of Israel were dim for age. Right? Let's scroll down here. And Israel beheld Joseph's sons. You see the Israel? Right, connection. Let's scroll back here. Right, scroll back here, scroll back here. But you see where it says in verse 3? It says, in Yaakov and Jacob said to Joseph. Now, this is somewhat different than the other renaming or new naming, the other new namings. Right? We have Abraham, right? That becomes Abraham. We have Sarai, who becomes Sarah. You know what I'm saying? But here we have Yaakov, whose new name is Yisrael. And at times we have Jacob. And at other times we have Yisrael. Any significance to that? What do you think the significance is to that? Let's scroll up here. Go to the top of the chapter. Genesis 48. And it came to pass after these things that one told, right? It was told to Joseph, behold, thy father sick. And he took with him his two sons. Now notice the order: Manasseh, the firstborn, Manasseh, and Ephraim. And one told, actually the one is not there, and it was told Yaakov, and said, right, behold, thy son Joseph come to thee. And notice what it says. This is a key verse here, verse 2. We see both names, Yaakov, Jacob, and Yisrael. All right. What does it signify? Why in some cases we see Yaakov? See, when we understand it here in Bereshit, then we'll better understand it, right? And comprehend it in other areas of the Torah, other areas of the Tanakh, other areas of the scripture, other areas of what's called the Old Testament, right? Or the Hebrew scriptures. But here in verse 2 is significant. And one told, and was told Yaakov, right? And said to him, behold, thy son Joseph cometh to thee, to the eye. And Yisrael and Israel strengthened himself. You see that? It didn't say, and it was told to Jacob, right? And Jacob strengthened himself. But it says that Yisrael, right, strengthened himself up on the bed. Right? This deserves to be gone into right here. It says, Wayagade, and it was told, and one told, and it was told, right? And it was told, Wayagade Yaakov Wayomer, and said, right? Hine, look, see, here it is. Hine, keyword hine, often translated as behold, lo, also as lo. Lo is like short for look, like look, see. It has a sense of look, see, here it is, or look, see, here he is, here it is, right? Wayomer hine bin ka, hine, look, bin ka, your ben, right? Ben, son, bin ka, your son, right? Bin ka, Yosef, your son Yosef. Bin ka Yosef, hine, bin ka Yosef ba eleika. Look and see, your son Yosef ba aleika, your son Yosef come, right, has entered in, right, to you. So ba mean he has entered in, he go in, he come in, right, from bo, right, to go in, right. And it says wayita chazek. Now here's a key word right here, because whenever we complete a book of Torah, the disciples, the Chabarim, the associates, the brothers, we say to one another to encourage, chazak, wenit chazek, right? Be strong, wenit chazek, right? And let us strengthen, may we strengthen, nit chazek, may we strengthen one another. Also, the sense of chazak is to encourage. Let's break it down, right? So we have chazak. Chazak, a BDB, brings out the basic senses: to strengthen, to prevail, to harden, be strong, to be courageous, to be firm. Chazak, be strong, chazak, be firm, chazak, grow firm, be resolute, right? Be sore in the sense of like you really on it, right? It can have a bad sense, right? It can have a good sense. See, the context is important. Now, here, let's scroll down here to the Hitz Pa'el sense. Let's break down the Hitz Pa'el. So the Hitz Pa'el sense is here in this verse, Wayit Chazek, and when we say Nit Chazek, V'nit Chazek, let us strengthen, Chazak, V'nit Chazek, be strong, right? Be encouraged. It also has a sense of encourage, right? So to be strong, be encouraged. So as we complete the book of Torah, right, to encourage ourselves and encourage one another and strengthen one another to go through, right, the next book of Torah, right? So here in the Yit Chazek is the Hitz Pa'el. The Hitz Pa'el is reflexive. Reflexive means that the action of the verb, according to the binyan, the build, is like upon oneself. So in the sense of nit chazek is not just like let us like strengthen somebody else, but let us kind of strengthen each other, right? So wayit chazek with Yosef, wayit chazek, and he strengthened himself. That's the sense. He strengthened, to strengthen, yes, but to strengthen oneself. So yit chazek, he strengthened himself. Nit chazek, we strengthen, let's strengthen one another. Nit chazek, Yit chazek, he, nit chazek, we, right? So he strengthened himself, right? Put forth strength, use strength, right? Strengthen himself. Here we go, right here, just to break down some of the basic words. So here, Yit chazek Yisrael. But here it says, not that Yaakov, as we have in the first part of the verse, right? Wayaged liYaakov, right? So we have in the first part of the verse, Yaakov, the heel holder, the supplanter, Jacob, Yaakov. Second part of the verse, Wayita Chazek, and he strengthened himself, Yisrael. And Yisrael, right, strengthened himself. Wayita Chazek Yisrael, Wayeshev, and he sat. Right now, it's interesting because the previous Torah reading and feeding, known as Vayeshev, and there is translated as, and he dwelt in the land, and he was seated up, and he dwelt in the land. This here is more in the literal sense. That there is like the figurative sense, and Jacob sat in the land, the previous Torah reading and feeding, the same Torah reading and feeding where Yosef is introduced as the dreamer, and his brothers hate on him, right? But here it's in the literal sense, and he sat up, Wayesheb. All he set up upon, all on, right? Hamita, on the mita, right? On the couch, on the bed, on the bier, right? He strengthened himself, right? On the bed, right? He strengthened himself and he sat up. So we learn here that he was sick, right? But when he heard that Joseph had come in to see him, right? Yisrael, Vayita Chazek Yisrael, he strengthened himself. He got strength. He was sick, but he got that strength. Vayesheb al mitah, right? And he sat up, right, upon the bed. He like once sat up in bed, right? And notice what happens next. In verse 3, we still have Yaakov, Jacob, right? Yaakov said to Joseph, to keep it kind of simple but direct, right, to the principle and the point of the precept, right? Yaakov would represent like the natural man, right? Yaakov. And Yisrael would represent the spiritual man. We could say it in the way that ones might hear it, generally speaking, the lower, the natural, fleshy, earthly, and the spiritual, the higher, the lower and the higher, right? The word individual, look at the word individual. In the word individual, right? Notice at the end of the word individual, we have dual, like two, right? So ones have their two inclinations, the inclination to the good, the inclination to evil, their higher self, the spiritual, right? The psycho-spiritual self, and also the natural, the fleshy self. You know what I mean? The fleshy self. So from low degree, Yaakov, to high degree, Yisrael. Right? To understand that. See, this is the key when we go into the prophets, and we find in some cases the prophets, right, is speaking to Yisrael as Jacob, right? As Jacob, collectively as Jacob. And in other cases, speaking to Yisrael collectively, right, as Yisrael, right? The principle is brought out here in Bereshit. So here we have Yaakov said to Joseph, right, El Shaddai, right, the Almighty, right, the Almighty, right, appeared to me at Luz in the land of Canaan and bless me. Now remember that Luz, you remember Luz? You remember Luz? Luz, right? Let's go over here, break this down right here. Luz. It's important to understand this because he could have said, right, at Beitel, right? Here we got Luz. Luz is an almond tree. Remember the menorah? The menorah's description is supposed to have a description like almonds, right? According to what Yahweh instructed, right? For the menorah. Now this is here said to be the early name of Beit El, of Beitel, Bayit, house of El, of the Almighty. Bayit El, Beitel, right? And it said probably the name of the town in close proximity to the actual location of the altar, the Mizbeach, and the pillar of Yaakov. Now this is interesting because in the New Covenant we have Robeno, right? He's at that well. You remember at the well, the woman at the well, right? Here's a kind of a connection to what the woman is saying and where Jacob was in the land, right? But be that as it may, right? It says the name of a town in the land of the Hittites, but this is said to be some unknown place, right? So Luz, right? It's said to be two places in the Canaan, in the Levant, right? And we have Luz, right? Luz here from, you see Luz in the Hebrew is the word for almond tree, and the almond wood, Luz. It's said by some of the scholars to be a foreign word, Luz, right? Some kind of nut tree, right? They say perhaps it's likely to be the almond, though some might dispute on whether it's the hazel, right? But this place, right, is the same place known as Bethel, right? But now notice how Jacob brings it out. Jacob said that El Shaddai appeared to me at Luz. When we go to that area of Genesis, it tells us that the former name of the place was Luz, right? But because of the incident that occurred with Yaakov in the Revelation, it was called Beit El, Bethel, right? Beit El. It's just important for us to kind of make that connection with Beit El, because Beit El literally actually means the house of God, the house of the Almighty. But then when we go into the narrative, we see that during the patriarchal time, Jacob, he raised up a stela, like one might say an obelisk, a stela, a pillar, right? And he anointed the pillar. Yaakov anointed the pillar. And he says something very interesting. He says that this pillar shall be God's house. Yeah, that's what it says. It says this pillar. So we see some things that are done in patriarchal times, right? That's almost like a one time. Like it was done then in patriarchal times, and later on we are instructed directly in Moshe's, right, in the Torah, right, that came through Rabbeinu Moshe, not to make a pillar. Abraham had a grove near the altar. We're told later on, after they come out of Mitzrayim, not to make a grove or Asherah, and not to make a matzebah, right? Not to make a howlet, a stela, a pillar, right? But here he recounts to Joseph, right, that how El Shaddai became visible to him, appeared to him, appeared from Re'eh. Re'eh is to be seen. Re'eh, right? He was seen. You see the Nephal build to appear, right? He was visible. He was seeable. How El Shaddai appeared to me at Luz in the land of Canaan. It doesn't say the land of Palestine. It says the land of Canaan, right? And blessed, right? And blessed me. Let's go on. And said to me, behold, I will make thee fruitful and multiply thee, and I will make thee a multitude, right? A multitude of people, right? The word multitude here is a key word, kahal. Kahal in the new covenant time, Brit Chadasha, right, time, right, of Moshiach, this is the word that becomes the word for church, right? So when it says in the scripture that, you know, when Stephen testifies in Acts chapter 7 about the church in the wilderness, the church, speaking of the assembly, right? The company, the assembly, the kahal, and we get the word kehillah for church, right? So the church called out assembly, right? To show that these ideas and principles, right, are intrinsic in the way. They may have different names among the Gentiles. They say church, we say assembly, right? Congregation, right? Company, boom. Right, so he says a multitude here is like a church, a kahal, an assembly of people, and I will give this land to thy seed after thee for an eternal possession. Right, achuza, possession, property. Right, possession by inheritance. Achuza, something that is seized. Right, and specifically, especially, is concerning the land. Right, the land, you said the real estate. And now thy two sons, just to remind you right here, thy two sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, right, who were born to thee in the land of Mitzrayim, right, before I came to thee into Mitzrayim, are mine, right, as Reuben and Shimon and Simeon. Now notice something here that Jacob is, what is Jacob telling us right here? Remember Reuben, when he gets into his baraka, his blessing in chapter 49, he brings out those things, right? Reuben defiled his father's bed by laying with the handmaid, you know, the handmaid wife, right? You could say, and Shimon, right? Then he mentions Simon, right? They shall be mine, right? So here he adopts Ephraim and Manasseh. But now notice before even the baraka, the blessing, the laying on of hands by Abinu Yaakov, notice how in 48 and 5, Genesis 48 and 5, he already states the order in the way that he's going to bless them. He says Ephraim and Manasseh. In the early part of the chapter, when Joseph brought them, it stated it from Joseph's perspective. Manasseh, the firstborn, and Ephraim. Here in communicating, right? See, Joseph probably didn't pick up on that right there. He just like, okay, father is speaking, you know, let me hear, right? And this is what the father says. He says, and now thy two sons, but now he puts the younger first, Ephraim, and the older second, last, Manasseh, that were born to thee in the land of Mitzrayim. Now, some people argue, or they look at the Septuagint, right, from the Hebrew, the later, you know, translation from an early Hebrew manuscript. And I think there it says something like 75. And people say, is it 70 or 75? Oh, wow, this is such a big thing right here, 70 or 75. Now, it's kind of clear because the Septuagint, right, was basically, you know, the Yehudi, the Judahites, and Mitzrayim, later day Mitzrayim in the time of Ptolemies, right, copying out, right, into the common language, the Greek, or some say the Koine, the pre-Koine Greek, right, the Hebrew scriptures, right? So as we often do, like we're doing this right here, this is what those before us did. We're going through the verses, reasoning on it, not just reading it in the Aliyah sense, but we're reasoning on it, right? And we're giving some additional information, right? So that ones and ones from the scripture, so ones and ones can put it together. So these imagined contradictions will be just that, imagined contradictions, not actual. So notice how he adopts these two sons as his own sons. But then it tells us that there were how many souls that came literally with him, right? But there were already other souls that were in the land that he qualifies and counts as his own children. On the Septuagint, that was written right from the Yehudi, from the Judahites, from our own people into the other language. This little nuance was included right almost as a footnote. But you see, today as we do footnotes in books, they didn't do footnotes like that. Sometimes the footnotes would be connected with the verse. So this is why in some cases, not all, but in some cases, we have what they call parentheticals. Now they put parentheses in there, but if you look at the original manuscript, there's no parenthesis. But as ones who know how to read and understand and have good reading comprehension, by reading the verse, you know that it interrupts the flow of the narrative to explain a point, right? To explain, right? That's what we notice. It interrupts the narrative. But many times you might not see this interruption, right? If you don't get the flow of the narrative, we'll show a case in point as we go on. But here he adopts those two, right? And he even adopts the order, right? That he's going to bless them. But Joseph, I guess, didn't really pick up on that. Maybe he did, but he don't say nothing just yet. And thy issue, notice what he says, and thy issue. What's the issue? And thy moledet. So the word moledet is actually offspring. And your offspring, your birthings, right, of your kin, your kindreds, you know, and with your birthings, your beginning, moledet, right, moledet, right? Those who are born to you, moledet, come from yalad, yalad to bear, to give birth, to bring forth, and your moledet, right, your offspring, right, that thou begettest after them. So it basically says to Joseph, these two are mine, just like Reuben and Shimon, they're mine, right? Now he doesn't dismiss Reuben and Shimon, but he does have some things to say about them, and we'll see that in even the blessing. This is why it's interesting to compare the blessing of the patriarch, right, Jacob, with the blessing of Moshe, the lawgiver, later on. But he says, and thy issue that thou begettest after them shall be yours. So I'm taking these two, and whatever other children you have, they'll be yours, but these are mine. You said these are mine. And they shall be called after the name of their brethren in the inheritance. This is the key. Right? This is the key. I notice that most ones don't really talk about that. They see Ephraim and Manasseh, right, among the tribes, but they don't really see the significance of when did that begin. Here's where that began. It began with the patriarchal decree of Jacob, right? And he says that they shall be called, right, after the name of their brethren, right? So if their brethren are Israel, they'll be Israelites, not Josephites, right? But Israelites. You get that? Yeah. That's why it makes a scene that we have later on in the book of Judges, the shibboleth scene. That makes that scene very interesting. You know what I mean? It kind of shows that, you know, when it says to honor thy father and thy mother, it does not just apply to the Israelites in covenant to our personal fathers and mothers, but especially also to the patriarchs and to the matriarchs. All right. How do we prove that? Well, let's go on. As for me, when I came from Padan, Rachel died. Now remember, Rachel is Joseph and Benjamin, right? Benjamin's mother. Rachel is said to be a ewe. A ewe is a female sheep, right? Right? Rachel died by me in the land of Canaan, in the way, when yet but a little way to come to Ephrat. Now, Ephrat, right? Take note right here, Ephrat. You'll find Ephrat in the prophets. You'll find Ephrat in the Psalms, right? A place of fruitfulness. Now, Ephrat is interesting. And what's interesting about Ephrat? Ephrat is part of the name from the root of the name Ephraim. So we have Ephrat, Ephrata, Ephrata. Ephrata is like in the direction. Ephrata is like in going to, right? The at the end of a place name like Mitzrayim, Mitzrayim, Egypt, ancient Egypt, Mitzrayim, in the direction of Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Haran, Harana. Canaan, Canana, like going in that direction. So anyway, this word here is a place that's near Bethel. So notice he mentioned Luz, right? He didn't say Bethel there, but we study and we know that, well, Luz, okay, that's the first name, the old name of Bethel, right? Right? And this place here, Ephrat, right, was near Bethel or Luz, where Rachel died and was buried. And now here's the key thing right here. This is another name for Bethlehem. You get that right there? So Ephrat, right, is another name. Ephrata is another name for Beit Lechem. Bayit, house of Lechem. Lechem, Beit Lechem. Beit Lechem. Beit Lechem, house of bread, right? Also, we have the wife of Caleb. The wife of Caleb, right, has this name as well. So here, Strong's break it down the best on this word here, Ephrat, right, fruitfulness, right, another name for Beit Lechem, Bethlehem. And it's once used in Psalm 132, verse 6. Let's go there for a moment, right? Let's see, is this the verse right here? Okay, yeah. It says, Hine, right? Hine, Shema, Slika. Hine, Shema Anuha. Hine, Shema Anuha. Shema Anuha. Hine, Shema Anuha be Ephrata. Be Zanuha. Be Sedei Ya'ar. Be Sedei Ya'ar. So right here. Let's get KJV up front. Lo, hine, look, see, right? We heard Shamanu. We heard ha. We heard of her, right? Shamanu ha. We heard of her, right? At Ephrata, right? We found, right? We found her, right, in the fields of the wood. Let's bring out the Hebrew here. Hine Shemanu. We heard. Hine Shemanu. We heard. Hine Shemanu ha. We heard of her. We heard her. We heard of her. Hine Shemanu ha be Ephrata. We heard of her, right? In a sense, on the way to, right, in the direction of Ephrata, right? But Ephrat means fruitfulness, yeah, right? And it's connected with the name Ephraim. And it says Mitzanuha, Mitzanu, and we found ha. We found her. Mitzanuha. We found her. Be in Sedei, the fields of Ya'ar. We found her in the fields of the wood. Mitzanuha. Be Sedei Ya'ar. We found her in the fields of the forest. The fields of the forest, the fields of Ya'ar. So here they have Ya'ar. But now notice in the KJV the word is wood. Right? Sedei, be Sedei, Ya'ar. What Ya'ar, actually Ya'ar. Ya'ar is forest. Right? Ya'ar is forest. Right? It's wood. It's like when we say going into the woods. You're going into the woods. It's that sense there. Like the thicket, the wooded heights. Thick, right? The bushes, thickness, the forest, boom, right? So why is this verse significant? Well, more on that when we get into the psalm right there, but here we have Ephrata, right? Ephrata. Here's the place where we have Ephrata, right? So that means that if we don't really understand this here, when we get into the psalm over there, we'll know the name is there, but we won't really see the innate connection, right? In the innocence, right? And here they say perhaps, right? The translators, Strongs, the note takers, they say perhaps for Ephraim. Well, what is the key connection is in the root of Ephrat, and Ephraim come from the Afar, right? The Afar, to be fruitful, right? Also of an Israelitish woman, right? So here it says, but there was a little way. Jacob is telling Joseph that, you know, that his mother, right, and Benjamin and Benjamin's mother, she passed away when they was not far, you know what I mean, from where they were going to, which was Bethlehem, right? Or, on the way to Ephrat, right? And it says right here, it says, but a little way to come to Ephrat, and I buried her there in the way of Ephrat, the same as Beit Lachem. So you see where it says like the same is Beit Lachem? That right there by the copyists, the Levites, the priests, the Levites, and the other copies of the scrolls, that there is the part that was, you could say, the added part right there, right? So for, like, in other words, when it was originally said, right, all it was that needed to be said was on the way to Ephrat. As later scrolls were copied, these parts there, that's why I speak about when I speak about the parenthetical, right? Such as we have 70 in some Hebrew scrolls and the 75. The reason why it is 75 there is because others, in copying the scrolls, they say, oh yeah, of course, when Jacob says that the two sons, they should be included with those who came into Egypt, right, with Joseph, because with Jacob, Slika, with Jacob, because Jacob said these two are mine, right? So though they did not literally come in with him, in the Septuagint, it raises the number to 75 because it does this sort of inclusion, right, when we read the text. Because if the patriarch Jacob said that these two are his, what he's saying is that these are my children. Yes, you had them here, but actually, they came in with me, because when I come in to Egypt, I have housed them. I have housed them with the house of Israel, right? They are housed with the house of Israel. And Yisrael beheld Joseph's sons, right? And said, Notice. You notice something? Now we have Yisrael, right? This is to kind of explain the seeming dichotomy between Yaakov, Jacob, and Israel, even in many places in one verse. What is the writer, right, seeking to communicate in the narrative? What is being communicated to us, right? At least one should say, that's curious. I wonder why that's there. Why can't you just say Jacob, instead of Jacob, then say Israel? And then now it says, and Israel beheld. Why does it then say, and Jacob beheld? All right. And Yaakov beheld? No. And Yisrael, the higher, right? He's the spiritual. Remember, this is the name that was given to him by the man, God, angel. Yeah. And Yisrael beheld Joseph's sons. But notice the question he asks, who are these? Miele, right? Who are these? And Joseph, right? Was Israel just saying that to be kind of polite? Like somebody said, oh, who are these? Like when you know who they are, but it's kind of like to put the attention on the youths. Hey, who are these? Who are you? Who are you? And then they say, oh, I'm Ephraim, I'm Manasseh. No, right? Remember at the beginning, it says his eyes were dim. Right? His eyes were dim. So he's kind of speaking from the heart when he was speaking previously too. And now he begins to see, hey, whether not clearly, but he sees that there are two, right? Somebody else is here with you. Who are these? And Joseph said to his father, right, they my sons. Joseph didn't get it. Joseph didn't get it. What did Yaakov say earlier? What did he say previously? He says, and now thy two sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, putting Ephraim, the second born first, right, which were born to thee in the land of Mitzrayim. They were born to you, right, before I came to thee into Mitzrayim. Mine. They are mine. So they are part of his count, if you understand, right? As Reuben and Shimon, they shall be. They're mine, and they will be mine, right? Then we go down here, where Joseph said to his father, they my sons, right, whom Elohim have given me in this, right? And he said, bring them, I pray thee, right, to me, and I will bless them. So once again, this section, this reasoning right here is on the blessing for sons. So for parents, there's also the blessing for daughters. We'll touch on that as well. But here, the blessing of sons, right? The blessing of sons. Bring them to me, I pray thee, right? Bring them, I pray thee, to me, and I will bless them. Now, notice it reminds us here in the 10th verse, now the eyes of Yisrael. You didn't see the eyes of Yaakov, but the eyes of Israel were dim for age. They were heavy, kabed, right? For zokain, for age, because he was up there, right? Not as old as his patriarchs. He doesn't attain. Remember we said before Pharaoh? Remember he blessed Pharaoh? And we touched on that in the previous Shavua. We spent some time on that, saying, why when he blessed Pharaoh and Pharaoh asked him about his age, he didn't just say his age, but he talked about, and they were evil, the years was evil and bad and this and that. Okay, but then he goes further and says, and they have not attained to the age of my patriarchs in their sojournings. And what's interesting, I think there's 33 words, and then we see that his age falls short of 33 years. So even that small nuance and detail in the Hebrew scriptures is significant. Somebody say, oh, that's just a coincidence. If a coincidence is two things happening at the same time, right? Coincidence, an incident, two incidents happening at the same time. And I show you a third place in the scripture and a fourth place. Can you still say it's a coincidence? The eyes of Israel were dim for age, right? He could not see, right? And he brought them near to him, and he kissed them and embraced them. Okay, so here, heavy, right? And Yisrael said to Joseph, right, I had not thought to see thy face. I didn't think to see thy face. Palal, right? Notice the word here is not thought. Is that the word for thought? There's a teaching that we have brought forward on what is prayer. How prayer, if you go and look it up in the English sense, okay, you learn what English ideas of prayer are. But if you study it in the Hebrew, you'll find that prayer is fuller, right? There's a fuller sense. In the English, prayer is like begging, please, give me, please. It's like begging incessantly, and what the word actually means. You see what I'm saying? And the word palal is to intervene, but palal is the root word that we call it to feel. There's tefillah, prayer, tefillah, right? And there is tehillah, which is praise. But the word for pray, right, is to intervene, interpose. But the PL sense brings out the real sense of it. So Hebraically, prayer is not just begging, or just asking. No, prayer Hebraically is like self-analysis. It's like self-analysis. You see what it says? To mediate, to judge, right? Even in the hitpa'el sense, hitpa'alel, right? Hitpa'alel, right? To intercede, right? To pray. So yes, it's to pray, but the Hebrew sense is like to, almost like to measure yourself. Like, what right do I have to ask this? Oh, you have said such and such? I'm in good standing with that. Let me ask because you have said that, or I'm not in really good standing, so I'll beg you for mercy, and in mercy I'll ask you for this, right? You know what I'm saying? So the Strong's bringing out a little bit better to judge. So Hebraic idea of prayer is more like self-judgment, self-analysis, right? Yahweh is here, and I am here. How can I make up this gap, right? So, you know what I'm saying? If I am close to it, I have done this, and I will appeal on the basis of fulfilling your word. If I may have fallen short of this, but I seek to do this, this is what I'm going to say, right? I'm going to make this clear. It's like in court. In court, they're about to sentence you, and you say, yes, Your Honor, I have done the crime. I didn't mean to do it, but yes, I do admit I did do it, and I know what the law says about it, but I appeal on the mercy of the court. This is the first time. I never got in trouble before. You know what I'm saying? That sort of way, that is what Hebraic prayer really is in that sense. That's what it says, to judge officially. Officially means by Torah. Mhm. Judging oneself, not like in your own eyes, but in his eyes. How do I look in his eyes? And based on an honest assessment, that is how I'm going to speak based on my knowledge of Torah. That's why it says that he who turned his ear from the hearing of Torah, even his prayer, his tefillah, would be an abomination. Because what he's saying like senselessly. You know what I mean? It's almost like going to court, right? You know, with you and somebody else are thieves. You stole something and you're supposed to split it 50-50, and your thieving partner didn't split 50-50. And so therefore you take him to court, you sue him and say, I'm gonna sue you for my part of that robbery. You know what I'm saying? So when you get in court and you explain that, you know what, you know you're gonna get what you didn't expect. You know what I mean? You're gonna get imprisonment and fines and all of that. You're gonna get judged. You know what I'm saying? Because you are ignorant of the law. The law says that you have to have clean hands. Like if you're going to sue somebody, you can't sue somebody over a crime. You know, and in the same sense, prayer, right? That's why it says he would turn his ear from hearing of the Torah, right? Even his prayer would be an abomination, right? Because when he's making his prayer, right, he is not conscious of the Torah, of the law. Right. This is why when people talk about there's no law, they don't know what law. Ask them what law are they talking about. Start out there. You know what I mean? Because there are many Torot. There are many direction instructions. Right. For example, some say 613. Right. Commandments, but all 613 is not for everybody. Some commandments are for priests. Some commandments are for kings. Some commandments are for soldiers. Some commandments are for rank and file Israelites. Some commandments are for women. Some commandments even are for children. You see what I'm saying? So not everyone fulfills. Some commandments are for those who have land rights, and for others who don't have land rights, like in tithing, it's not the same. You know, they can give gifts, they can give offerings, they can give sacrifices, but it's not upon them to get tithes because they don't have land, right, coming down to them from the patriarchs. You see what I'm saying? So that's all we have to be able to judge officially, right, according to Torah. So according to Torah, right, how do I stand? Therefore, mentally in my mind, right? And as I pray, therefore, I will intercede and pray accordingly, properly, right? I will pray, as you might have heard the expression, I will pray lawfully, right? In other words, in accordance with his revealed revelation, you know? So therefore, if I'm wrong at this, right, I will not hide it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I will, speak on it, right? And hopefully speak on what I would do to make amends about it, right? So that the request that I make, right, won't be just cast away as though I am coming before the court hypocritically. You know what I'm saying? Or wasting the time. You remember the two men, Yeshua, Robenu gives an example of this, right, of prayer. Now, I'm zooming in on this because if you read the English, it says, and Israel said to Joseph, I had not thought to see thy face, right? But what Jacob, or not Jacob, let me call him, what Israel really says, he says, why Yomer Yisrael El Yosef, and Yisrael said El Yosef to Joseph, right? Re'o faneka, in seeing, right? Re'o faneka, in seeing your face, lo, right? Philality, right? Philality. I had not intervened, interposed, mediated, judged in prayer, like, oh Father, let me see his face. I basically saying, I thought you was dead. I thought it was a wrap. I had lost you, and I'm in grief, and I've been in grief for all these years. Right? I did not even pray. Like if you think somebody is gone, right? You probably first not going to pray for them. Remember David, when David actually committed that sin, you know, the double death penalty, and he was forgiven of that. But then Bathsheba, right? She had a child that was born but very sick, and David, you know, in dust and sackcloth and ashes, so to speak, he prayed, but then he overheard the servants speaking about that the child had died, right? And he asked what was going on, and they were afraid to tell him, because he said, if he's like this, right, and the child lived, right, when the child was living, what would he do, right? You know what I mean? Because David had really humbled, bowed down himself. But when David heard that the child was passed, was dead, right, he got himself up, he washed, he bathed, he cleansed, right, and then he asked for food to be brought to him. And then everyone was shocked. They was like, well, how could you be like that? And then now you find it. He said, while the child was still live, there was still hope, expectation. But now that the child had died, right? Because he prayed for the child to live, so forth and so on, but the child now had died. He recognized, he accepted that this was Yahweh's decision, right? And that he would not see him, almost similar to Jacob, right? He would not see him, right, until he go to him, like until he pass and go to him. This is what he says. So it's interesting right here. He says, lo, my falalti, almost like to say, I had not mediated, judged in heart and mind, or even prayed on it, right, that I would even, see you, right? Wehine, and behold, right, hera, right, ot, Elohim gam et zareka. And now, right, and now, look, Elohim have shewed me, right, has shewed me, hare, right, has shewed me also thy seed. So not only have I seen you, right, never prayed on it, thought to even pray about it, because why pray? It's like with David. Once the judgment came forward, right, about that first child of Bathsheba, right, that was sickly. Once it came forward that the child had died, he accepted. See, these things we can learn. He accepted Elohim's decision. You know what I mean? And went back to business. He didn't dwell in the valley of tears or mourning, right? Because that would have been contrary, right, to Torah. Yes, he violated Torah, with the adultery and the murder. And Yahweh, right, in his abundant grace and kindness, right, for, did not kill him, right, or cause him to be killed, but he was punished. Be that as it may, Joseph brought them out from between his knees. Interesting, right? And he bowed himself, right? He bowed himself with his face to the earth, right? And Joseph took them both, right, Ephraim in his right hand, right, towards Israel's left hand. Get a picture of this, right? So they're face to face, and Joseph took them both. Ephraim was in his right hand, right, towards Israel's left hand, right, and Manasseh in his left hand towards Israel's right hand. Right, because it was easy just to stretch off your hand, Father. I know your eyes are heavy for age and everything. I'll direct you to them. All right. So here, this one is here, this one is here. But notice it emphasizes that his eyes was heavy. So his seeing wasn't perfect, right? Wasn't as it was, but somehow he must have known, right? And it says right here, he brought them near to him. So Joseph felt that, hey, let me help you out. I have them right here. Just stretch off your hands, Abba, right? Stretch off your hands. And Israel stretched out, right, his right hand, right, and laid it upon Ephraim's head. So here he crosses his arms, so to speak, right? He crosses his arm, right? He sent forth his hand, right, and he laid it on Ephraim's head, right? Who was the younger? So he put the right hand. The right hand is the Yamin, right? The Yamin, the dominant hand, right, upon Ephraim, right, who was the younger, right, the Sa'ir, Sa'ir. Sa'ir means the younger, the less insignificant, the less significant, right, because he's the second born, right, the little one, right, the Sa'ir, the younger one. And his left hand, Simol. So Yamin, the right, Simol, the left. Yamin Samal, right? He put his Samal, right, his left hand upon Manasseh. Now notice Manasseh, his name means causing to forget. And Ephraim, his name right here means doubly fruitful, right? Ephraim. Oh, I didn't go into that, just briefly right here, right? So Ephraim, let's look at the name Ephraim. He's the second son of Joseph, blessed by him and given preference over the first son, Manasseh. We get the tribe after the name Ephraim. Also the mountain country of Ephraim. And then we see in the fourth entry, sometimes the name Ephraim is used in the Tanakh, in the scriptures, the Hebrew Bible, for the northern kingdom, right? Hosea or Yeshaya. You see in Hosea and Yeshaya, right? We find the northern kingdom, quote, Israel, right, being called Ephraim, right? So sometimes as a code. So here we have doubly fruitful, right? So Ephrat, we have Ephrat here, right? Also related to Ephrat, as we touched on earlier, from Farah Para, right? Farah Para, Ephraim, Ephra, Farah. Farah to bear fruit, Farah Para to bear fruit. So both of them share the same root, to bear fruit, whether literally, right, or as a figure of speech, right, figuratively. And then it says right here that the patriarch Israel, he guided, right, his hands wittingly. Let's look at the word wittingly, sakal, sakal. He was circumspect. He wisely understood, right, that Joseph brought one on one side and he reversed the order right there, sakal, sakal. He was prudent, right? Then it says, and he blessed, right, Joseph, right, and said, right, Ha Elohim, before whom my fathers, Abraham, Isaac, the first two of the three, right? He's the third, did walk, right? Did trod, did halakha, the halakha, they walk, they proceeded, their manner of living, right? Their manner of liberty, in a sense, their halakha. And Ha Elohim, that fed me or shepherded me, right? All my life long, shepherded, right? Ra'ah, right? Ra'ah, right? Where you have to pasture, the tent, right? Shepherded me my life long to this day. And then he mentions here Hamalak. He mentions the angel. Take note, that redeemed me, right? This one and only angel that can redeem. None of the other angels can redeem. This one and only angel, the angel of the face, the angel of the presence. Some of us see it as the pre-incarnate, right? Yeshua. But be that as it may, Hamalak, who redeemed me from all evil. Bless the lad. So here he calls on El Shaddai and he calls on Hamalak, right? Right, who had redeemed him from all evil, to bless the lads and to make his name, let my name be named. What's his name? Yisrael. Notice that it don't say Jacob there, but it says Yisrael. So his name, Yisrael, be named on them, and the name of my fathers, right? Thus we get the formula, Abraham, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? The name of my fathers, Abraham and Isaac, right? Along with his name, Yaakov, Yisrael, right? Be named on them and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth. So this is where we left off with the previous, right? And we touched on the word grow, daga, right? We have dog. What's up, dog, right? Not, it's not like dog, right? But dog, here the word grow. Daga, the verb daga generally means to multiply, to increase, but Hebraically it means like multiply and increase, like a swarm, a school of fish, right? To move rapidly, to spawn, right? We have the word dog and dog, dog is fish, right? And we broke this down right here in the sense of squirming, moving, right? That is moving by the vibes, the vibratory action of the tail. So the sense is like fish. So thus the note over here brings out a sense that is lost in translation, as fishes do increase, right? Let them grow, let them increase, as fishes do increase into a multitude in the midst of the earth. So here we see a kind of a possible, quote, Piscean connection. Now, here's what we pick up right here, right? Here's what we pick up, right, with the third aliyah. Let's scroll down here and bring out the blessing, right? So here is where we have the blessing here. Let's put it in simple text, right? Verse 20, and he blessed them that day. So let's see, let's review. So Jacob, Yaakov, Yisrael, right, adopted Joseph's two sons as his own, right, comparing them to Reuben and to Shimon, the first, and comparing them to his first and second sons. Note that there as well, right? And the next thing he does, he lays his hands on their heads, but in a reverse order, right? Even though Joseph did his best, right, to bring them straight to his father, where his father could just stretch out his hand without crossing his arms. But somehow, right, Israel crossed his arms, right? And here he gives them the blessing. Right? Or first he blessed Joseph. That's another key point. First he blessed Joseph, right? And then he now goes into the blessing of his sons, right? And he blessed them that day, saying, and here's the formula right here, right? In thee shall Yisrael bless, saying, right? Elohim make thee as Ephraim and as Manasseh. And he set Ephraim before Manasseh, right? And he set Ephraim before Manasseh, right? And Israel said to Joseph, right? Notice that Joseph did protest earlier. He protested earlier, right? And then his father told him, Yadati, Beni, Yadati, I know, my son, I know. And he left off protesting. You notice that? It's like, let me say it like this. Sometimes in a similar situation, many of us will keep on protesting as though more protestation is going to change it. See, that right there is a kind of a level, right? Especially under circumstances as these of dishonor. You know what I mean? You'll see how he left it alone, right? Joseph left that alone, right? And Israel said to Joseph, because no doubt he begins to understand, because he too was not the firstborn, and yet it says in the previous Torah portion, these are the generations of Israel, Jacob, Israel, and then it says Joseph. It doesn't mention any of the other sons, right? And Israel said to Joseph, behold, I die, but Elohim shall be with you and bring you again to the land of your fathers. This is interesting, right? This is interesting, right? Some might read in this idea of Hebrew, how can I say, one's coming to life again. You know what I mean? Resurrection, right? And incarnation. Because notice did Joseph be brought to the land? One might say, well, he was brought to the land through his children. Can you show me that in the scripture? Right? It says, moreover, I have given to thee, to Joseph, one portion above thy brethren. You see that there? That kind of explains everything over these Torah portions from when Joseph is kind of first introduced as the dreamer and the coat and the envy and everything that happens that basically leads up to this. Moreover, I have given to thee one portion. What one portion above thy brethren, that I took out of the hand of the Amorite with my sword and with my bow. Now, the book of Jubilees is an interesting read, the Ethiopic book of Jubilees right there. Just want to point that out because we can ask the question, well, where did this happen? Right? What Jacob, Israel says, moreover, I have given to thee, speaking to Joseph, one portion above thy brethren, right? The other, we could say, 11 tribes, right? Brethren, right? Which I took out of the hand, right? Which I took out of the hand of Ha-Amori, the Amorite. Do you see that scene in the scripture? But he says that he had this portion and he took it out of the hand of the Amorite. How did he take it? With my sword and with my bow. Right? What is his sword and bow? Both literally and also according to the Hebrew figure of speech. So that's coming up. Hopefully we'll touch on that. Just want to point that out to the Chavarim as another item. But let's finish up this item right here. So here, let's do this over here. So here, this is the Torah portion right here. One portion, one Shechem, right? So we have Genesis 48, 17 to 22, right? Let's get this right here. Let's see if we can scroll to it. Here we go, right here. Boom. Okay, here we go. All right, the two sons. So here, right, we looked up this right here, just if you want to look it up. Hebrew blessing on son. Oh, you can say sons or children, right? We put up the Hebrew blessing on son, right? Actually on sons, right? Right? And it comes from this right here, as you can see, right here, just to go over some of the basic sites right here. For sons, may Elohim bless you as Elohim bless Ephraim and Manasseh, right? As Elohim bless, right? As Elohim bless Ephraim and Manasseh, right? It's in my Jewish learning right there. But let's get an overview right here. The traditional Hebrew blessing for a son, often given on Shabbat. Often given when? Often given on Shabbat, right? The traditional Hebrew blessing is Yisimcha Elohim Ka Ephraim, Vichi Manasseh, Yisimcha, may he set, right? May Elohim set, right? May Elohim set you as, right? Ephraim and as Viki Manasseh, right? Yisimcha Elohim Ka Ephraim, Viki Manasseh. May Elohim make you like Ephraim and Manasseh, right? And often this is followed, right, by the general priestly blessing that we have in Numbers chapter 6, right? For all children, right? For all children. May Elohim bless you and protect you, right? This blessing asks that the son emulate. So what does the blessing ask, right? And seek to empower, right? It seeks to empower the son to emulate the positive qualities of Ephraim and Manasseh, right? Like Judaically, Hebraically, peace and a strong, we say, Israelite, Judahite identity, and to receive Elohim's grace and peace, right? Now, something that's interesting about the blessing. Have you noticed something interesting about the blessing? Because Yisimcha, right, may Elohim make thee, right, wait. He says he blessed them. You see the language? And he blessed them that day, right? He doesn't say, right, it says, in thee shall Israel bless, right? But he's Israel, right? He's speaking of himself, but also that Israel would use this blessing as a blessing. And thus it has been done, for thousands of years, right? So this is why we seek to bring this out right here, the significance of this. So here it says, why Barakaim by Yom Mahahu Leimor Beka Ye Barek Yisrael. Beka, in thee Ye Barek Yisrael, Israel will bless. Leimor, saying, Yisimcha, may he make, may he Yisim, may he put, may he appoint, may he set you, may he appoint you, in that sense of make. Yisimcha Elohim, Ka Ephraim, like Ephraim, Waki Manasseh, and as Manasseh, Wayasem, and setting at, right, and he set, right, Ephraim, Lifnei, before, right, or in front of Manasseh, right? So here we have the blessing. So the blessing is kind of interesting because the blessing is actually like speaking to one. And if he's blessing the two sons, he's saying, may Elohim bless you as. So it's almost like in blessing the two sons, he's blessing each of them individually, right, with these attributes, right? So even though the right hand went to the youngest head, the blessing goes to both of them individually, right? Right? And both, and almost like both of them as one, right? And to each of them individually. So transliteration, Yisimcha Elohim Ka Ephraim Vichi Manasseh. May Elohim make you like Ephraim and like Manasseh. Now, the priestly blessing for all children. Now, in some traditions, it's often recited after so-called gender-specific blessing. Now, in the Torah, the blessing, as we have here, is usually to the male, right? It's often in places of the scripture, to whom more is given, more is required to the male, right? In some cases of extending like a blessing to, say, daughters, right, we can just change, the enunciation. Yismech, speaking to, she, right, and Yisimcha, speaking to he, right? We can get into more of that right here. Now, why Ephraim and Manasseh? it is said that they were peaceful brothers who did not fight, right? We don't have any examples of them arguing or quarreling. They were basically peaceful brothers, unlike Cain and Abel, and set a good example. Secondarily, Judaically, Hebraically, they maintained their Israelite identity, right, and faith while living in Mitzrayim. It is said that while they lived in Mitzrayim, right, they kept their, others would say Jewish, but there was no Jew at that time, right? They kept their Israelite or their Hebrew. More correctly, they maintained their Hebrew identity. They maintained their Israelite identity and their Hebrew faith. There we go. Right? They maintained their Israelite identity and their Hebrew faith while living in Mitzrayim. This is a valued trait, right? We could say in Jah people, amongst Yahweh's people, right? Tried and tradition. So just want to share that right there concerning these two sons right there. You know, we're going to get into a little bit more on that, but we couldn't and didn't want to lose this opportunity since it's right here, right, in the Torah reading and feeding that's before us. Once again, right, the traditional Judaic, Hebraic blessing for sons, right, and children generally, and sons specifically, is from the blessing, right, and it's the exact words where it says, God make thee as Ephraim, as Manasseh. Those are the exact words. Yisimcha Elohim Ka Ephraim Waki Manasseh. Right, the very words right there, there. So here to the sons, the two sons. Use this as a kind of a placeholder right there. Well, so let's pick up, if we can, just touching briefly on the psalm here in the season, reason for the season. Hold on for a moment. Here we go. Oh, that's interesting, right? Ain't that interesting there? All right, so right here, who we be? Babylon, what Babylon feel like? I and I Rastafari are Israelite.
You know we are Israelite.
Pause. You know what's interesting? No fuss, no fight. That's Barrington Levy right there. Classic Barrington Levy loop. You know we are Israelites. On the point about Ephraim, right, and Manasseh, right, that as two brothers, right, there's nothing within the narrative, right, even the later, narrative where these two brothers, where they fought. You know what I'm saying? And it's just kind of interesting that part of that blessing is that they were peaceful brothers, right? Brothers that more than not work together, brothers. You know what I mean? That sense of peace, as peace is the ultimate, shalom is the ultimate well-being, is the ultimate.
You know we are Israelite. You know we are Israelite. You know we are Israelite. You know we are Israelite.
Come be a part of
Torah, LOJ, Atlanta Jew Society,
where Hebrew feels like home.
Whoa, so Joseph. Whoa, okay, here we go right here. Let's back it up. Let's get into this Torah reading and feeding right here. Okay, actually, out of that right there for a moment and get into this psalm. So here. Let's do this here for a moment in the segue so we can pull up the psalm right here. Give me one moment.
Lion of Judah Society.
Greater David, greater son, right here. Yeah.
I saw in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven, and came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him. I saw in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven, and came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him.
What is true?
And David my servant shall be king over them, and they all shall have one shepherd.
It is good that you are here to record this picture of me in my palace garden at Addis Ababa. People who see this throughout the world will realize that even in the 20th century, with faith, courage, and a just cause, David will still beat Goliath.
And David my servant shall be king over them, and they all shall have one shepherd. They shall also walk in my judgments and observe my statutes and do them. And they shall dwell in the land that I have given unto Jacob my servant, wherein your fathers have dwelt. And they shall dwell therein, even they and their children, and their children's children, forever. And my servant David shall be their prince forever. Moreover, I will make a covenant of peace with them. It shall be an everlasting covenant with them, and I will place them and multiply them, and will set my sanctuary in the midst of them forevermore. My tabernacle also shall be with them. Yea, I will be their God, and they shall be my people. And the heathen shall know that I, the Lord, do sanctify Israel, when my sanctuary shall be in the midst of them forevermore. Evermore. Evermore.
Here we have today's daily psalm. We have Psalm 9 according to the royal order of Ethiopian Hebrews.
Psalm 101.
מזמור ק"א, לדוד מזמור.
I will sing of mercy and judgment.
חסד ומשפט אשירה.
Unto thee, O Lord, will I sing.
לך אדוני אזמרה.
I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way.
אשכילה בדרך תמים.
Oh, when wilt thou come unto me?
מתי תבוא אליי? אתהלך.
I will walk.
אתהלך.
I will walk within my house with a perfect heart.
אתהלך בתום לבבי.
I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes. I hate the work of them that turn aside. It shall not cleave to me. A froward heart shall depart from me. I will not know a wicked person. Whoso privily slandereth his neighbor, him will I cut off. Him that hath an high look and a proud heart will not I suffer. Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with me. He that walketh in a perfect way, he shall serve me. He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house. He that telleth lies shall not tarry in my sight. I will early destroy all the wicked of the land, that I may cut off all wicked doers from the city of the Lord.
Okay.
Lion of Judah Society.
Yes. Psalm 101. Psalm 101. Not really 101, because O is not a number, but Psalm 101 right here. This is the Prince's Psalm. This is the Prince's Psalm. This is the Rastafari Mekonnen, Anointing Day, right? Anointing Day, Coronation Day, which is Anointing Day Psalm right here of the Rastafari, right? The Rastafari Mekonnen. This Psalm right here is themed in ideal kingship. These are the words that were uttered by the Rastafari Mekonnen, Negus Teferi Mekonnen, circa Coronation Day, November 2nd, acceptable year of the Lord 1930. So here we have the princes, or the Ras's psalm, the Ras's chant. This psalm right here is theme and ideal kingship. So it's known as the Ras's psalm or the prince's psalm, and ideal kingship. Ideal kingship. Now, many commentators agree that in this psalm, Mizmor Kof Aleph. So here we have Mizmor Kof 100, Aleph, and 1. Lid Dawid Mizmor. Many of the commentators on today's daily psalm here, according to the Royal Order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, according to the Israelites of Ethiopia, many other commentators, they are in agreement that in this psalm and this Mizmor, we have the utterance of a king, of a melech, Hebraically a negus, even the utterance of Negusa Neges, the king of kings, Ethiopia, who formulates here the principles, we see the principles and even the precepts that will guide him in his reign, that will guide him in his rule, in his reign. Right here in this psalm. This is why we emphasize that this is a psalm that is recorded that the Rastafari, Negus Teferi Mekonnen, aka anointed and crowned Kedamawi Haile Selassie, that he chanted, that he uttered, right, along with the oaths on that day of anointing and crowning, right? We have Psalm 101. All right. Now, why is this psalm important? All right, first of all, let's look at the importance of the psalm in the context of the psalm, and then we can understand where the Israelites of Ethiopia, the line of the tribe of Judah, right, weep not, behold, also utters these words, an ideal kingship, the prince's psalm, the Ras's psalm, because this is the utterance of a king, of a melech, of a negus, even negus neges, who formulates, right, the principles and the precepts that will guide him, guidance, protection, guide him, also protect him in his reign, in his rule. As such, it sets forth an ideal. What we have here is a setting forth of an ideal. The ideal, we could say the pattern, the principle, the perfection, right, of the throne that is on the highest plane. So it's the ideal of the throne that is on the highest plane, the higher heights. Now, centuries ago, this very psalm right here, centuries ago, it was given the title, right? It was given other titles, right? One of the titles it was given, right, was the Prince's Psalm, as we mentioned, the Ras's Psalm, the Prince's Psalm, Psalm 101, as well as the mirror for magistrates. The mirror for magistrates. Magistrate is like a judge, right? A king, a prince, a ruler, a magistrate, but generally a judge, right? There's a very important question, some say a poignant question, right, at the very opening. The question at the very opening? What's the poignant question, this important question, this main question that's at the very, very opening, right? Let's bring it up right here. So here, today's daily, Psalm 101, a psalm of David, le Dawid Mizmor. I will sing of mercy and judgment to thee, O Yahweh, will I sing, right? Le Dawid Mizmor, Chesed u'mishpat Asherah. Let me sing, Asherah. I will sing, the sense of let me sing. May I sing, right? May I sing, like almost like let me sing, right? Come on, let me sing. May I sing. Chesed of Chesed. Chesed, loving kindness, the attribute of Yahweh Eloheinu. Chesed, let's bring this out right here, key words here, right? I will sing of Chesed, right? Chesed u'mishpat. Chesed, goodness, kindness, faithfulness, right? We like the translation Hebraically of this as loving kindness, mercy and loving kindness. Chesed and mishpat. Sing of chesed mishpat. What is mishpat? Mishpat is judgment, right? Justice. It says on the lips of the righteous, judgment is on the lips of the righteous. I didn't just say condemnation or false prosecution, right, or false persecution. I said that judgment, right? The Psalms and the Proverbs speaks on that. But here, right, in the opening, right, Chesedu Mishpat Ashira, Ashira, may I sing. Let me sing. May I sing. Ashira, Ashira, Lecha, Lecha Yahweh, Lecha Yahweh, Azamera, Azamera, Lecha Yahweh, Azamera, Lecha to thee I mail, Yahweh, O he who he be, to thee, O he who he be, Lecha Yahweh, Lecha Yahweh, Azamera, Azamera, Azamera. I will zamar. I will. It says, you see, look at this right here. Look at the KJV for a moment, okay? So the KJV says, I will sing, right? The first part of the verse. There's two parts of the verse, superscription, a psalm of David, right? First proper verse, right? I will sing of mercy and judgment, right? Chesedu mishpat ashirah, right? To thee, and none other. Lecha, lecha, Yahweh, to thee, O he who he be, Yahweh, azamera, azamera. Now here it says, will I sing? But notice, if you will, the H7891 for Ashira from Shir, and the H2167. What do we have there? We have Zamar, Zamar. Right now, generally speaking, they say sing praise, make music, right? Sing. So it sounds similar, but getting to the root idea, right? It's the idea of striking with the fingers. It's like making the music, striking with fingers, whether it's the drums, the harps, right? The Rastafari Ayabingi harps, striking, striking the with fingers, or playing a string instrument with fingers and chanting simultaneously. That's the sense of the Zamar, right? Chanting, like chanting Isis. We would call this, and I would chant Isis, Lecha Yahweh Azamera, right? To thee, O he who he be, will I sing praises, or will I chant Isis? More better if they translated, they should have said, to thee, O Yahweh, will I chant praises, to chant praises, basically, or we say chant Isis, right? But you notice that the English will make you think it's the same singing, right? Yes, this is musical, both of them, but it's pointing to a different aspect. Not only will I sing, right, like sing a song, right? I will sing a song of chesed u mishpat, right? And it's to thee, O he who he be, that I will chant my praise. I'll perform like the musical aspect, right, along with the word sound, right? This is the part right here. Now, centuries ago, I mentioned that, right? The Prince's Song, Mirror for Magistrates, for Judges. Now, there's the opening question, right? The opening question. Take it back to plain for a moment. Let's go to verse 2, right? To the Beit verse, Pasuk Beit. I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way. Oh, when wilt thou come to me? Now, people talk about the negative, they talk about the negative confession or something like that, right? Negative announcements, what's it called? Negative confession. But this is a positive affirmation. Notice the positive affirmation here, right? The positive affirmation right here. He says, I will. This is what I will to do. I will behave myself wisely. I will be circumspect, right? Askila b'dereka tamim. I will be circumspect in the way of integrity, in a perfect way, in the derek tamim, right? Askila b'derek tamim. Let's break this down right here. Let's bring it out now. You see the verse right there. Now, here we go right here. I will behave wisely, sakal. Askila. Let me be prudent. May I be prudent, right? May I prosper. May I be prudent. May I be circumspect, right? May I wisely understand, overstand, and therefore, because of such wise insight and comprehension, may I prosper. Askila bederek. In the derek. The derek is the way, the truth, the life. The derek in the way, right? In the way, tamim. In the way of tamim. Now, KJV says perfect. Tamim means to be complete, to be whole, to be entire sound. It's like not having more, not having less. Let me give you an example. The word tamim is often used for sacrificial offerings. We can learn we don't have to sacrifice as they sacrifice the blood and the death and the animals, right? But in the new covenant sense, we can learn from the precept, right? That when an animal was brought, say if one had to bring a sheep or a goat, right? We know how Elohim created the sheep and the goat, right? It has two of this and it has one of this, and it has like it has its 4 legs. That means it doesn't have 3 legs, that's less. It doesn't have 5 legs, that's more, right? It doesn't have, what I'm saying, it's as Elohim created. It's not a hybrid, right? It's not handicap or a defect, right? It's as Elohim created it. This is the literal sense of tamim when it's applied to the offerings, right? So just to give an example, if it's a sheep, right, it won't have 2 heads, it have 1 head. It won't have 3 eyes, it have 2 eyes. It won't have 1 ear, it have 2 ears. You know what I'm saying? It won't have more, it won't have less. It will be complete, entire, right, sound, healthy, right, sound, unimpaired. But now, from the literal sense of the offering, you see what I'm saying? In that sense, if Elohim created like this, then it will be like that. You're not going to bring something lame or something that has extra or something that's lacking what it should have. It will be complete. It will be entire, right? Complete in accord with truth and fact, right? What kind of sheep is that? No, nobody have to say that. That's a perfect sheep. Perfect is perfect sheep. It's exactly as sheep are. You know what I'm saying? Now, when we now transfer that from the literal sense, right, like we have here in the second verse of today's daily psalm, Mizmor Kof Aleph, this is in a sense of unimpaired, whole, innocent, having integrity. So break down this in a more, I can say, operative sense. I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way. Askila b'derek tamim. I will give heed. I'll be circumspect to the direct tamim, right? To the perfect way, in a perfect way, in a way of integrity. B'derek tamim, in a way of integrity. So this is the poignant, right, question right here, right? Oh, when will thou come to me? When will you come to I? Let's break that down right there. Oh, when will thou come to me? So here is just as an overview, a basic overview. It's a short song. It's Luko Batalawa, but it's important that we touch on it, right? Since it has a lot to do, right, with, right, the conquering line of the tribe of Judah, weep not, behold, right? Kedemah Haile Selassie, the Rastafari, right? Why did he chant these words before he was anointed? And after he was anointed, he was crowned, right? Why this psalm here, right? What's significant about this psalm here, right? And who knew how significant this psalm is? Because this psalm here is a psalm of an ideal kingship, right? It is the Ras's psalm, the psalm of the Ras. We say the Rastafari Mekonnen psalm, the mirror for magistrates, the mirror for majesty. The key question is, oh, when will thou come to me? Right? Oh, when Matai Tabo Elai? Matai Tabo Elai. Oh, when will you come to me? Matai, when? Tabo, the I, right? Coming to. Actually, it's from the word bo, means not just to come, right, or to enter. It means to come in. I want you to get that. It means to enter in. Tabo. So where it says Matai Tabo, when will you come into, right? Like enter into I. Literally, right? If we break it down in the Hebrew right here, that's the sense of when you will come to me, but when we enter in. It's almost like if I'm in the throne room, right? When will you come into the throne room? Right? Right? If I come before you and say Matai Taboelai, right? When will you enter in to me? Almost like that becoming one sense, right? That Tawahido sense. I will walk, another declaration, positive, right? Positive affirmation, right? Positive confession, Yeah, that's what we want to get. I will walk within my house with a perfect heart. Now, notice right here, the word perfect here is Tom. Tom, right? Uncle Tom was the good one. Let me just say that. Go look it up. Check it out. A lot of people know about it. Few people did before, but a lot much more know about now. Tom, right? So Tom actually comes from the same root as Tamim. So Tom and Tamim are related, right? Tom, right. Remember, it says that Jacob was a plain man. Tom, he was Tom. He was a plain man, a complete man. That's to say, he was a man of innocence morally. He was a man of integrity, right? And because he had that moral, innocent integrity, he also was a prosperous man, right? We can see that from the narrative. He prospered his evil Uncle Whitey, Laban. You know what I mean? You know, he had completeness, right? He had integrity. So notice in this one verse right here, right? It says, first positive command, I will behave myself wisely. I will give heed to the way of integrity in a perfect way, in a way of integrity, right? When will you come into me? When will you come to me? Matai tabo elai, right? When will you come to I? I will walk eta halek, my halakha. What's my halakha going to be like? Right? Halakha, right? I know some are confused because they don't study. They might say, oh, because the European, the AEJs might know or use this word. Oh, so that's a Talmud thing, you know. And stop talking silly, stupid, because you know we got to answer for the silly, stupid talk. Anyway, I got to answer for mine, but I'm just iron sharpen iron. Here, halak, to walk, to go, right? You know, it can also mean to come, right? But notice over here we have halak there, but when will you bow, right? Tabo, right? Matai tabo. When will you go in? When will you come in? Right? Matai tabo elai, el, to ani, to I, right? Elai. When will you come in to I? And then he says, I will walk, eta halek. I will go to and fro, my manner, my halakha, my manner of proceeding, my manner of life, of liberty. It's like in the song where it says, and he blessed thy coming and thy going, that sense, right? So when I go forward in the day, I come home in the evening, the to and the fro as I go about, as I proceed, right? In different activities of my life and my liberty. Not just keeping it so-called religiously, you know what I mean? But I keep it in my liberty, not just so-called religiously, right? I keep what is really just in my liberty, right? So here he says, Eta haleka, right? Betam lebabi, right? I will walk, right? Go to and fro, betam, with integrity, a heart of integrity. Remember, it's the same sense here, right? We have the long form, the tamim, the dual plural, right? And over here, we have the singularity tam, right? Completeness, integrity, simplicity to the basics, right? Integrity, right? Within my house, big arab beiti, in the what? Within, arab, in the midst, in the inner part, right? Not just on the outer level, right? I'm not going to just walk around let people see me. Like, look at me, I'm very integritous. I walk in a perfect way. No, it's going to be in the innermost, right? Big Arab, Beiti. It's going to be even in the innermost of my heart, and also heart can be seen as a metaphor. I mean, of my house. House can be seen as a metaphor of my dwelling, right? My house, right? My house, right? Big Arab Beiti. Some even look at this to say that not just in his house among his family, right? It is, but that's because in that first house, even in his body, right? The house that wasn't built by hand. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to walk with integrity of heart, heartical, right? Not artificial. So this question comes up right here. Oh, when will thou come to me? Right? Matai tabo elai. Right? This receives its most pointed explanation, right? On the reasoning, some say the hypothesis, but the reasoning that the psalm, the Mizmor, was composed by Dawid, right? So in looking at, okay, where the psalm is 100. Is this a Davidic psalm? It calls itself a Davidic psalm. It's a psalm of David. And if it's a Davidic psalm, then possibly at what time would David have uttered such an utterance, right? So based on the reasoning that the psalm was composed by David, as we have here, Lid David Mizmor, a psalm of David, right? It was composed by David likely at the beginning of his reign, right? Just as the greater David, the greater son, right? The Rastafari Mekonen, anointed and crowned Kedemah Haile Selassie upon the throne of David, right? As he too uttered this at the beginning, right? The beginning, right? Before the anointing, right? And the crowning, right? This covenant, this oath, this positive, the positive affirmations of an ideal kingship. We could say a messianic kingship, as is the prince's psalm. It's also a mirror, not just for magistrates, but also for Moshiach and Messiah, as it's used of the king, for King Messiah, for that anointed king upon the throne of David. So it was composed by David at the beginning of his reign. See, David, when we study David in the scripts, right? David, he had something he really, really desired to do, right? Some say an ardent wish, right? This desire, like this zeal. What that zeal was to install the Ark of the Covenant. It was to install the what? It was to install the Ark of the Covenant, the Aron HaBrit, that was captured, or let's say recaptured, that was recaptured, right, from the Philistines, from the Philistines, right, to install that, right, in Zion, to install that in Zion, to install that at Jerusalem, right, at Zion, right, Jerusalem. Let's see. So this is where we have some of the opening ones right here. Let's see if we can bring that up just with the ark right there, just to make the connection ark wise. Now, this is what we've been speaking a lot about Zion. What is Zion? What is Zion according to the scripts? You know, what and where is Zion according to the scriptures, right? You know, and what's the significance, right, of his Zion, of Zion? So David's ardent desire, right, was to install the Aron HaBrit that had been captured or recaptured from the Philistines, in Zion, in Zion / Jerusalem. But there was an untoward incident that we read about in the scriptures. There was a bad incident, and that was the death of Uzzah, right? That frustrated his first attempt, right, to realize that expectation, right? And had filled David with fear, right, and dread, and caused him to exclaim in 2 Samuel 6 and 9. So we have to go to 2 Samuel, speaking about the ark, 2 Samuel chapter 6, verse 9, right here. Here we go, right here, concerning the Aron HaBrit. And David was afraid of Yahweh that day, and said, how shall the ark of Yahweh come to me? You see the connection? Matai tabo elai, oh, when will you come to me? Right? So this incident that happened, and the words of the psalm here, right? Many of us make that connection, right, between the Psalm 100, right, and 1, the second verse, right, where he says, Matai tabo elai, or when will you come into I, when will you come to I, with this here in 2 Samuel 6 and 9. And David was afraid of Yahweh that day, and said, how shall the ark of Yahweh come to me, come to I? Why yira David et Yahweh bayom hahu, that day. Why yomer Aich yabo elai, how yabo, to come in, to come elai, to come to I, Aaron Yahweh, how shall the ark, right, of Yahweh come to I? Yabo elai, Aaron Yahweh. Here the key words, how, an interrogative adverb, like how, it can be like like lamentation, like how, like expression of satisfaction, depending on how the spirit, right, But here in this sense, it's as the how, or it could also be in some context as where. But Eich, how, Eich, Yabo, Yabo, how, Yabo, how to go in, to enter, to come in, right? To go in, right? Eli to I, to come to I, Aaron, the Aaron, the ark, the Aaron, Yahweh, the Aaron of Jehovah, how shall it come to I? Now, as I just mentioned, there's this untoward incident, right? Because actually, all this also occurred at the beginning of Dawid's reign, right? This also occurred at the beginning of Dawid's reign, right? When the ark, you could say recaptured, what I'm saying, from the Philistine, right? So the Uzzah incident, right? Let's go over here just to give you a context. Read more on this Chabarim, right? Boom, 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 boom. So here he goes. See, Dawid had to go into Torah and recognize where the fault was. The fault was that the ark was not to be carried on an oxen cart. It was not to be carried on a cart. It was to be carried on shoulders of men, right? That's why we say that Dawid was a Torah scholar, right? Because, if he knew that, he would not have let it go through in this way. It probably was what people thought, and it seemed good. And here we have 2 Samuel 6 and 5. And Dawid and all the Beit Israel, the house of Israel, played before Yahweh on all manner, right? Fir wood, even on harps and on psalteries, and on timbrels and cornets and on cymbals. They had all the musical instrumentality, right? And when they came to Nahon's threshing floor, this is the untoward incident. Uzzah put forth. The word his hand is not there, but he sent. He sent what? Right? He sent. Right? Obviously his hand, but it doesn't mention his hand. He put forth to the ark of Elohim. And he took hold of it. Right? For the oxen shook. So the sentence here is saying that, right, when it came to Nahon's threshing floor, that the oxen shook. And when Uzzah saw that the oxen had shook, he looked at the ark and thought, hey, the ark is about to fall off, right? Let me help, right? And he put his hand, right, to take hold of it so the ark would not fall off of the oxen cart, right? And so what happened next, right? So here where it says stumbled, the oxen shook the cart, right? And then he put forth his hand. One word I want to look into right here is Nachon. Nachon means prepared. Nachon also in Hebrew, when we say like something is like correct, Nachon et zeh. Nachon. It means like to prepared, but also can mean correct. So the owner of the threshing floor that the ark was passing on the trip to Jerusalem, when it started to fall off of the cart, and Uzzah, he steadied it, and Hilahem smote him dead for touching it, right? For touching her, right? For touching it. So from the kun to be firm, to establish nakon, right? So here, right? And then in verse 7, it tells us this here: the anger of Yahweh was kindled against Uzzah, and Hilahem smote him there for his error, right? So now notice right here, for his error. Let's get the word error for a moment, right? Error, right? His shal, his fault, his shal, right? For his shal, right? For his, right? His neglect, right? He was misled, right? He what he thought to do was, was what we can say that it was the right thing to do. Like people can say, yeah, just from a natural, outside of Torah. Remember, he who neglects Torah, even his prayer was abomination. So even his so-called good deed, seeing that he was not supposed to do that, right? Seeing that they were not even supposed to put the ark on a donkey cart, right? See, that's the big thing right there. But who knew? Right? So far, nobody knew. When David did know, he did it the right way. But at this point, right, he doesn't know that yet. And he died by the ark of Elohim, right? He died by the ark for his error, his rashness, right? right? Now, it says right here, what sort of death, right? Dawit was displeased. Dawit was chara. He was hot. He was furious. He was angry. Like, what the, you know what I mean? Imagine everyone's singing, praising. It's all the music is playing. We're rejoicing. The ark cart, right? It stumbles. The oxen stumble. The cart shakes. The ark is about to fall off. Uzzah reach out his hand, right? Boom, right? Because Yahweh had made a breach. So the word breach is peretz, a breach, a bursting forth. Something burst forth, right? An outburst. You know, like when we talk about like break out, like somebody broke on somebody. You know, we use that language, don't we? Once lost, now found. He broke on him, man. You know, the idea of breaking is almost like a dam broke and all that water just came down, right? A broken wall or a breach, an outburst, right? That outburst happened, that break, right? And upon Uzzah, right? And he called the name of the place. Dawit called the name of the place. He named the place Peretz Uzzah, right? The breach of Uzzah, right? The place where Uzzah was slain by Elohim for touching the ark. And this was located close to Jerusalem. They was not far from Jerusalem. Now, Uzzah means strength, right? He's the man slain by Yahweh for touching the sacred ark, right? Uzzah, right? So right over here, the breach, the break of Uzzah, where Uzzah was split, right? Broken, right? Where he was broken. A man, talk about man down, right? Peretz Uzzah, the breach of Uzzah, right? And this is where we come to just bring it together with this key word, how it connects with Psalm 101. And Dawit was what? He was afraid of Yahweh that day. And he says this poignant question. He says, Eich, right? Tabo Elai, Aaron, Yahweh. How? Eich, Tabo Elai, Aaron, Yahweh. So Dawit, what did he do? Right? So Dawit would not remove the Aaron of Yahweh, the ark of he who be, right? To him, to the city of Dawit. Remember, the city of Dawit is Zion. The city of Dawit is Zion, right? This is the Zion connection, right? But Dawit carried it aside into the house of Obed Edom. He carried it aside into the house of the servant of Edom, Ha-Gitti, the Gittite, right? Let me just scroll here so you can see what happens, right? And the ark of Yahweh continued in the house of Obed Edom, the servant of Edom, Ha-Gitti, the Gittite. How many months? 3 moons, 3 months, right? And Yahweh did what? Isn't it interesting? And Yahweh blessed Obed Edom. He blessed the servant of Edom, Obed Edom, and all his household, right? And what happened next? And it was told, right, Dawit HaMelech, it was told King David, saying, Yahweh have blessed the house of Obed Edom and all that to him, right? Because of the Aaron of Elohim. So, right, Dawid went and brought up the ark of Elohim from the house of Obed Edom into the city of David, into Zion, unto Sion with gladness. Now, right, notice, now, the only thing that's missing here is what did David learn to do different? It doesn't really overtly tell us what David learned to do different, but we already should know from studying Torah and Leviticus, you know, and Numbers, especially Numbers. Numbers really breaks it down more in Numbers, where it says that the Kohathites are to carry the ark on their shoulders, right? But so he must have learned this, right? But still was a little bit apprehensive. But then when he heard that Yahweh had blessed who? Obed Edom, for real? Okay, it's time. Right? It's time to bring it up to the city, to Zion. Time to bring the ark to Zion and to complete true Zion. As you mentioned, that Sion, true Zion, right? It's not the ism and Theodore Herzl and all that. No. You know what I mean? Let's go to the root, right? It's the Davidic monarchy, the Davidic, you say kingdom and monarchy, right? And it is the sanctuary. So the Davidic monarchy, we got that, right? Right? He's there in the city of David. Dawid is Melech. He's king, right? But now he's seeking to complete, we can say, the cipher by bringing the sanctuary. So the monarchy and the sanctuary together, right, is Zion, right, according to the word, right? Not the ism, the schism, and philosophies and other things. That, yeah, whatever, right? But this is true Zion, right? So wherever we have the ark and we have the monarchy in continuity, right? There we have Zion, there we have Zion, according to the scripture, right? Okay. So, let's bring it up into the city of David with gladness. And it was so. Here's how we learn, right? By reading the text, that when they that bear the ark of Yahweh, right? Now, notice right here. Let's go over here. It says, Vayechi Akia Tzadu, right? Nos Aaron Yahweh. So these are the ones who say, right? Say they carried, they bore it. They didn't put it on a ox cart. They didn't put it on a cart. They put it on their shoulders, as Yahweh has so said, right, in HaTorah, right? Right? And it says right here that when they had gone 6 paces, what happened? He sacrificed oxen and fatlings. So instead of having the oxen carry the cart and put the ark on the cart, he did it the way Torah said. The ark is put on the shoulder of priests, right? Even Ethiopia, even on the Israelites of Ethiopia and the Tawahido Christianos, we even get to see symbolically where they carry the ark, they carry the box, or they carry the content of the box, the silat, like the book or the tablets, whether the flat one or the box one, but they carry it. It's not put on an ark, put on a cart and it's dragged around. Like, No. But notice, so instead of the oxen, carrying it, the oxen are being slaughtered, right? And it says, and Dawid, right? And Dawid danced, right, before Yahweh with all might. And Dawid was girded. Check this out. Dawid is king, right? So we have the kingly function, right? The monarchy, right? The kingdom. He's bringing the ark, the key of the sanctuary, and Dawid is wearing a linen ephod. Remember, the ephod were prescribed for the priests. Just want to point that out. So is Dawid here, in a sense, acting as a priest king? So Dawid and all the Beit Yisrael and all the house of Israel, right? It don't say, and David and all the Jews. No, it says Dawid and all the Beta Israel. You see that? All the house of Israel brought up the ark, the Aaron Yahweh, with what? With shoutings, right? And with the sound, right? With the sound of the trumpet or a sound of the shofar. Shofar, Rastafari call you. Yes. The shoutings and the sound of the ram's horn. Did they bring up the ark into the city of Dawid? So here to that key question. So you see in the historical narrative, 2 Shemuel 6 and 9, when Dawid was afraid, right, of Yahweh that day and said, Aich, Yabo Elai, Aaron, Yahweh. How shall the ark of Yahweh come to me, come to I? And so over here, let's go over here. Let's bring it back one more. Okay, here we go. All right, he says, I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way. I will give heed. I'll be circumspect to the way of integrity. Right here, he says, Matai, when, right? Matai, when, Tabo, right? You coming to or entering in Eli to I, you coming to me. Matai tabo Eli, which is very much similar to the Ike. How? Yabo Eli. How shall it come to I, Aaron? Yahweh. Right? So here, right, we have this connection right here. So his question implied that before Jerusalem, before Zion and Jerusalem could have the privilege of housing, right, of housing Ha-Aron, the ark or the tabot, the Aron, the city must be made fit for its Kabbalah. Its Kabbalah. What is Kabbalah? Right? It means reception. You know, when we say the Shabbat, say Nikabala, Nikabala. Let us welcome Kabbalah, to welcome, to receive. For the receptivity, right? For the receptivity, as Robenu said, if you can, he who can receive it, let him receive it. For the reception by a thorough eradication, right? Eradication of evil, right? His purpose in making this reformation, right? The reason why for making this reparation, I said reparation, making this is sort of a reparation too, but a reformation is voiced in Mizmor Kof Aleph. It's voiced here in this psalm right here, in these verses right here. Here we have verses 1 to 8, right? What his positives, the positive confessions, right, of the king, even the king Messiah, right here. So here, this Targum, right, this interpretation, explanation, it explains why it was included immediately after the Ascension Psalms, right? So we have what are known as Psalm 93, excluding Psalm 94, and then picking up with Psalm 95 to 99. Those 7 Psalms, Psalm 93 plus Psalms 95 to 100, Slika, Psalms 95 to 100. And those are known as the Ascension, the going up, the Ascension, the Aliyah Psalms, right? The Ascension Psalms. So here, this Psalm is included immediately after Psalm 100, which is the last, the 7th of the Ascension Psalms. Zion could only become a fitting resting place for Ha-Aron, for the Aron Yahweh, the ark of he who be, after the city, right, had been cleansed of all unrighteousness. Now, what's interesting when we say the word city, of course, a city is a city, right, in that sense. But then in the second of the two truths, that's literally a city is a city, yeah. But in the figure of speech, it's like the consciousness, right? A city is an aggregation of people. And, you know, cities have different vibes based on the different people, right? And therefore, the city, right, in the second of the two truths, the Brit Chadash sense is like the consciousness has to be cleansed. As a city has to be cleansed, right, of evil, so does a consciousness has to be cleansed, right, of all unrighteousness, right, unright, not right choiceness, right, as the earth could only become the kingdom, right, as the earth, in the same way as the earth could only become the kingdom, the Malkut Elohim, right, the kingdom of the true good, the true God, when wickedness, when ratchetness, right, had been eliminated. This is why when Moshe Rabbeinu, he says, you've heard those of old times say, you know, but I say to you. You see what I'm saying? And you'll notice that he speaks about like the act. Like if you look upon another man's woman, a Isha, a wife, or somebody else's wife, look on your own wife, but look upon somebody else's wife to lust after her, right? You've already committed sin, right, in your heart. Notice it says in your heart. Now, no, by that there's no overt judgment, but the consciousness is defiled. You see what I'm saying? And with the continued defiling of the consciousness, the resistance, right, to avoid a situation as Joseph did. Remember how Joseph did? Joseph was able to avoid that situation because Joseph, you got to know, had a different sort of consciousness than Yehuda when we compare Joseph and Judah. So the city being the consciousness. So applied to Dawid, the king, right? And even the greater David, the greater son, right? The king of kings of Ethiopia, the city, right? This is why we see those reformations, those reformations going on even in the time of the greater, greater David, right? The greater son, right? So right here, this psalm here, a 2 for 2 for 2 for 2, right? We got 8 verses, and we have the verses in a 2-2-2, right? 2 verses bring out an idea, right? At a time right here in this psalm. Let's go through a quick study right here. Well, quick read, right? A targum, right? An explanation, translation of verse by verse. Once again, the Prince's Psalm, the mirror for magistrates. Here, as we do, let's compare scriptures. So here we're at the Aleph verse. So we have the first and second verses, the Aleph and the Beit verse, right? The Aleph, first letter, 1, Beit, second letter, right? So here, the first 2 verses, the king's longing, right? The king's longing for Elohim's presence, for Yahweh's face, for he want to have an interface, to be able to come into his presence, to be able to come into his perception, right? To be able to see things from Yahweh's perspective. So to see it from his perspective, to see it from his face, right? Not what it looks like in our eyes, but in his eyes. But here is the king, right? The Melech, right? The king, the Negus, even Negus and Neges, longing, right? For Yahweh, for Exavia's presence. Here, picking up with the first of the 2 verses here, verse 1 and 2, right? Here, verse 1. A psalm of David. I will sing of mercy and judgment. To thee, O Yahweh, O he who be, will I sing. Plain KJV reading. Le David Mizmor. Chesedu mishpat ashira lecha Yahweh Azamera. Right? Here. Better translation. I will sing of mercy and judgment, of loving kindness and judgment. Chesed umishpat ashira. Let me sing ashira. Let me sing of mercy and judgment. Leka Yahweh, to thee, O he who be, Azamera. I will chant Isis. I will chant praises. I will sing praises. More better. I will chant Isis. I will sing praises. Here. This is the verse. Le David Mizmor. Chesed mishpat ashera. Leka Yahweh azamera. Here. I will sing Ashira. Let me sing. Right? To sing Ashira. I will extol. I will big up the virtues of chesed umishpat, of loving kindness, chesed, that attribute of Yahweh Eloheinu, chesed, here we go, the chesed, right, and mishpat, and of judgment, right, and of judgment, as we see right here, judgment, the act of deciding a case, place, court, process, procedure, litigation, right, execution, it's an attribute, right, of Elohim, and it's an attribute that can be manifest and should be manifest by man. Both of these are 2 key attributes of Yahweh Eloheinu. He created man in his image after his likeness. So is that image and likeness found in us? Is chesed found in us? Is mishpat, judgment, found in us? Right? It should be, right? The verdict, right? So judgment is also the verdict, whether it's a favorable or unfavorable. Now, what is the basis of mercy and judgment? It's based on his Torah, his direction instructions. This is how we get to know what true mercy is, right? And true judgment, right? Let's go on. So mercy and justice, righteousness and justice are the foundation of thy throne. Mercy and truth go before thee. We have this in Psalm 89, Hebraically at verse 15. Slika. Psalm 89, Hebraically at the 15th, right? 15th verse, where it reads, righteousness and justice are the foundation of thy throne. So the throne must be founded on what? On what? On righteousness and justice, right? And judgment. And mercy and truth go before thee. Mercy, chesed, and truth. These qualities of divine, of Elohim's rule, of Yahweh's rule, they are applauded, they are lauded by the psalmist and I. These attributes, and will be made the guiding principle, right? The guiding principle of the king's reign, of the king's rule, right? The king's rulership. Here. All this here in this first verse right here, right? Then he says, I will sing praises, I will chant Isis, right? Lekah, to thee, O he who he be, Azamera, I will chant Isis, I will sing, right? And I will play the musical instrument simultaneously, almost like when we ride up on the harps, riding up on the harps, Rastafari, the Ayabingi wise, being note, as the psalm says, note, bingi note. Check. I will sing, I will chant Isis, not merely, right? Now these Isis right here bring out the word azamera right there from zamar, right? To sing, to make music, right? Not merely just in words, right? That's the first sense, literally, right? But in imitating, right? Yahweh Eloheinu, imitating Yahweh's attributes in his own kingship, by imitating he be's own attributes, right, in his own duly anointed Davidic kingship, right? We are to imitate the divine attributes, right? That's how we kind of, what you say, repair the breach, the tikkun, the real tikkun olam, repairing of the so-called world, right, is repairing, restoring of the true image, right, to ourselves by imitating he who be, the blameless creator's attributes. This is what Yeshua said when he says, be ye perfect, right? When Yeshua says, be ye perfect as your father, our father, right, is perfect. How do we do that? Does it mean that we go around trying to create a universe and be gods like that? No, it's by reflecting and imitating those attributes. Yeshua Rabbeinu goes through that. Even remember the one where he talks about the man who owed his boss a lot of money and he was able to pay it, and the man was about to be sold, him and his family, into debt servitude. Some say debt slavery, but we had no Slav, there was no Slavic there, so into servitude and everything like that. And the man begged him, right, and he let the debt go, right, and then he went back and somebody owed that man who was forgiven something, and he was harsh on him, and then that was brought back to his boss and he was in trouble then. You know what I'm saying? So because that was given an example, let's say do likewise, right? So when it says sing of loyalty and justice, right, chanting Isis, right, sing of loving kindness, right, and judgment, it's not just to sing, it's to sing, yeah. You know why? Because when you sing, right, a tune, right, that you want to sing, you really feel it, right? So that means really be it, really bring forth those attributes in your living liberty, right? That's what that means right there. So we are to imitate, right, as Dawit shows us the pattern here in the ideal kingship, and as the Rastafari Mekonin Kedamawi Haile Selassie, right, utter these positive, right, this positive confessions here, right, of his will in the throne, in that Davidic throne, to imitate the divine attributes in his own kingship, as we are to imitate the divine attributes in our own life and in our own liberty. So right here, the first of the opening two verses right here. Here we go. So here we have the first verse. Once again, before we get to the second verse, Le Dawit Mizmor, let me show you. Yeah, Le Dawit at the top. There we go. Le Dawit Mizmor, Le Dawit of David, for David Mizmor, a psalm of David. Chesedu Mishpata Ashira, Leka Yahweh Azamera. Here to the second verse, the bait verse. So these two verses, the king's longing for Yahweh's presence, for his face, for his perception, for his interface, for his perspective, right? Get a better perspective. Seek to see it Yahweh's way. I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way. Oh, when wilt thou come to me? I will walk within my house with a perfect heart. Now, we kind of upgraded for practical application the word perfect. There is perfect. When Yeshua says, be ye perfect, people are like, oh, well, nobody can be perfect. And nobody is perfect. We'll never be perfect. My gosh. Wow, is that your negative confession? You know what I mean? It's not positive right there, right? It's the goal. You need to have a goal, right? Anyway, be that as it may, here's the Hebrew right here. It says, Askila, Askila, let me give heed. So the key verbs, Ashira, let me sing, may I sing. Azamera, let me chant Isis. Here, Askila, 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 let me behave wise. Let me pay attention. Let me be circumspect. Askila b'darektami. Let me be circumspect in a way of integrity, right? A way of integrity. The way is like the way. It is the way, right? The way, right? The life, the liberty of tamim, of integrity, of perfectness, right? So when Yeshua says, be ye perfect, says us to be ye perfect, are you getting it? You understand? It's nothing far out in outer space or way below, down in the depths, down to Sheol. No, it's this practical application, right? It's like somebody did you good, then do somebody else good. You know, somebody did you good without what they say conditions, so to speak, then do somebody good. You know what I mean? That is, see, the real wrestling is the heart. You know what I mean? And having that new heart. But anyway, askila b'derek tamim, matai tabo elai, eta halek Betam lebabi, bikareb beiti, betam lebabi, bikareb beiti, right? With a heart of integrity, right? Lebab. Let's break it down right here. The lebab, right? Lebab, the inner man. Lab is the heart. Lebab is like the conscience, right? Related to the heartical aspects of the heart, the inner man, the mind, the will, right? The reflection, but breaking down here like the inclination, the resolution, right? The determination of will, the conscience, right? But time with integrity, in integrity, lebabi, integrity in my conscience, right? My with knowing, in my appetites, in my emotions, right? My seek of courage, right? So I will give heed. Let's catch that word here, askila, right? From Sakal, right? They say I'll behave wisely, yes, but breaking it down more, I'll be circumspect. I will wisely understand, right? Understand, overstand. And if I wisely overstand, then of course the fruit of that is to prosper because I will have insight. I will give attention, right? Pay attention. I will consider, be considerate. I will ponder, be prudent, have insight, comprehension. You get the sense right there, right? To act circumspectly, right? To be, right? Circumspect, to make circumspect, to act circumspect. Hence, in Yahweh's way, to truly be intelligent. He will deliberately, I will deliberately choose the direct tamim, right? The way of integrity, right? The perfect way to walk, right? To walk, right? To halakha, right? To halakha, etahalek, right? To walk, to proceed. My manner of life, in a figurative sense, my manner of life, integrity, right? Here, in the context of the psalm, right? As the ruler, the Moshel, as the ruler, as the Melech, as the chief executive officer, so to speak, right, of the Israelite nation, of the Beit Yisrael. Context of the psalm here. Then to his question, Matai Tabo Elai. Oh, when? They don't have it there. Let's go down here to Tanakh to bring out the Matai. No, that's not it. There we go over there. Matai. So we have Matai, when, right? Matai Tabo Elai. When will you come to me? Hebraically, it has a deeper sense, like when will you enter into me? Like when will you take up your abode? You remember what Yeshua said? If any man love me, people say they love Jesus, they love Yeshua, right? Or if they say his name in other ways, you know what I'm saying? But they love him. But the key of love, according to Yeshua, is to keep his saying. He says, if any man love me, he will keep my saying, and my Father will love him, and we will come and make our abode. We will abide. We will make our abode. We'll make our tabernacle with him or in him. This is what he's calling for right here. This is what Dawid is calling for right here. Right? Now be careful to live a blameless life. When will you come to me? When will you come to I? This is the goal. That question there, That's the goal. Matai tabo Eli. When will you come to me? When will you kind of come into me? When will you enter into me? When will you make your abode with me? Right? Notice the new covenant sense. It speaks about that, right? And I know ye not that your bodies are the temple, right? The temple, the key, the Holy Spirit dwelling within, right? And what a what better way to attract the Holy Spirit than through the Word? Because the Word and the Spirit. This is the goal that inspired his resolution, right? His positive confession. For the attainment of that, he specifies the steps, specifying the steps to be taken, right? And here is where he says, I will walk at the halek, right, within my house with a blameless. So here they bring out the word integrity to say blameless, right? The sense of blameless, right? Blameless. Let's look up here. Here they have, this is a good one, NET. I will walk in the way of integrity. When will you come to me? Right? I will conduct my business with integrity in the midst of my palace. Right? Etahaleka betam lebabi bikareb beiti. Right? In the midst of my house, both in the midst of my house, my temple, my body temple, and of course my palace and my government. You know what I mean? You got to have it within to bring it without. Right? Within my house, bikareb beiti. Here is the beginning. So when he says in the midst of my palace over here, or in other form right here, where it says within my house, right? Bikareb beiti, right? Within the innermost of my house, within the kareb, keyword kareb, in the inner part, right? As the seat of thought and emotion, the faculty of thought and emotion. You see, right? Here's the beginning. Here, the beginning is to be made. His private life will not be tarnished by the corruption and self indulgence that were usual with so called Eastern, Oriental, and Eastern monarchs. Look to the East, right? But his way will be in Yah's way, truth, and life. So here to the first two verses. Now let's get to the next two. So the first two is the Melech, the king, even Negus and Neges, longing for Yahweh's presence, for his face, for his perception. Here in verses 3 to 4, right, continuing with the resolution and the positive affirmation, confession, he will shun every base thing, right? Here, I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes, right? I hate the work of them that turn aside, shall not cleave to eye. I hating the work of them that turn aside shall not cleave to eye. It will not stick to eye. Right? Notice that the wicked thing is a thing of Belial. Belial, right? Be loyal and praise the king, but them not be, them Belial, and they don't praise the king. Be loyal. So remember we touched on that earlier, the Belial, right? Belial, Beli, which means without, and Ya'al. Ya'al means profit or worth. Beli, Ya'al, right? Beli, without, lessness, right, of Ya'al, of worth, right? Good for nothing, unprofitable, base fellow, ruin, has into ruin, destruction, without profit, right? Wickedness, without profit. I will set no wicked thing before my eyes. Let's bring out the Hebrew right here. It says, Lo ashita lineged ainai. Lo, not ashit, setting, lineged, like opposite. To say before, like opposite, like opposing, opposite ainai, right? My eyes. Davar biliya'al. So in the KJV, when it says wicked thing, right? When it says wicked thing, right? The word thing here is the bar. The bar can mean a wicked word, speech, an utterance, words. It could be wicked business, occupation, acts, matters, right? In that sense, whether a literal word or implication, a matter or a thing, right? A thing, a matter, a word of biliya'al, of worthlessness, right? Devar biliya'al, right? Oseh, right? Oseh Satim. Hold on for a moment. Let's get the There we go. Like Osese team. Get the hard copy right here. Just check this out right here. Right. Ose 18, right? Ose 18, like the doer of Satan, right? Sanati, I have hated. Lo yidabak be, it will not stick in me. It will not stick to me. It will not cling to me, right? So here, for the verse, lo ashit lin neged ainai davar b'liya'al. Ase Satan, Sanati, Law Yidabak B. So let's break this down right here. So first thing first here, right? He will shun every base thing. So the base thing, the vile thing, right? Wicked thing is the thing of Belial, the Belial. In other words, he's saying that he will be loyal, right, to Yahweh, truth, and life. He would not be Belial, right? Once again, right here, just to show you right here, this is this word: a thing, a word, a matter, a business of worthlessness, right? A matter of Belial, devar Belial. We have this elsewhere in the Psalms. We have this in Psalm 18, Hebraically at verse 5, and also in Psalm 41, Hebraically at verse 9. He will avoiding every unworthy aim and ambition, every worthless aim and ambition. And when we study Torah, Torah actually gives us some good case in points of Belial. Right? We touched on that earlier when we touched on Von Benjamin's tune, Belial, be loyal or Belial. That's the choice, to be loyal or to be Belial, right? To be worthless, right? To be loyal, good for something, or to be Belial, right? Wicked, worthless, right? But he would set no worthless, right, thing, right? No base, wicked aim, aspiration, right? Or even thought or word, if we really, map out the word, right? He says right here, he says, before his eyes, I hate the work of them that turn aside. Or say team, right? I hate the work, right? The asa, the doing, the works, right? Of the Satan. Satan comes from suit. Suit is the root word. The root word is the swerve, of the swervers, right? The swervers, those who fall away. In modern language, they call this the apostates, those who detrude, the apostates, those who become derelict. They become sick and derelict, right? They wrongly practice the way. And by wrongly practicing the way, that is Hebraically like idolatry, right? They become derelict, sick and derelict. But he says right here that he hates sanati from sanati. I have hated. The sense of hating here is not so much an emotional hating, it's a scientific hating. As attraction is positive, like a magnet attracts, one side of the magnet attracts, the other side it pushes away. So the sense of hating here, not to be interpreted like emotional hating, right? It's like principle hating. It's almost like I repel the works of them. I repel the work of the apostates, right? Another way of bringing it out, or says Satan sanati, right? And then he says this, lo yidabak be, lo, not yidabak, yidabak. What's dabak? Dabak is to cling, to stick. Would not stick to me, right? It would not follow closely, would not join me. The sense of this word is like to stick, right? To stick, right? Like it says that the man shall leave his father and mother and shall cleave, stick to his wife, what I mean? That sense there, shall not stick, shall not adhere to me, shall not attach to me, right? So the things crooked, the crooked deeds, that which swerves from the right, from the way, the truth, and life, that lo, not yidabak, it's sticking, be. It's not sticking to me. Literally, the word be in Hebrew is like in me, to say like to me, but in me. Because it's talking not just by outer things, but by inner principles, right? Psychological and spiritual principles, right? That he will manifest outwardly, right? Should an evil deed, right, come to his hand, he will at once, based on this affirmation here in Mizmor Kof Aleph, Psalm 101, the ideal kingship, he will at once free himself from it. He can't stick to me, can't stick to me. It's almost like, remember the old song by MC Hammer, can't touch this. You won't touch this. That's the sense there. Won't touch this. Lo ashita neged ainaya debar b'liya. Lo says seitima saneti. Lo yidabak b. Here. Second part of this verse 3 to 4 here. The Dalet verse. Shunning everything that is b'liya'al. Right? That is worthless. Right? That is good for nothing. He says, a froward heart shall depart from me. I will not know a wicked. Now notice over here, the wicked over here is ra'ah, ra'ah, ra'ah. It's the ra, all that ra'ah. It's the ra'ah. Notice in the previous verse, the wicked thing, you might think, if you know word wicked is ra'ah, you might think in the previous verse, that was beliya'ah, right? This here is the ra'ah, is the evil, the bad, right? The disagreeable, the malignant, that which causes pain, unhappiness, displeasing, right? Sad, unhappy. All of that is actually part of, when you look at evil, you hear the word evil, you think about it like religiously, right? And this world, it seems to have lost its real sense, right? But what about looking at another word from the Hebrew, the spirit of the Hebrew, hurtful, right? Bad, right? Unkind, like somebody vicious in disposition. This is the sense right here. He says, I will not know a ra, like a wicked person, right? To say a bad person. But how do we judge that? Not subjectively, but according to the precepts of Torah, right? Because Torah is what explains to us the good, right, from the bad, right? The good from the bad, right? So after the tree incident, confusion, right? Then to the Bnei Yisrael, the solution, Ha-Torah. So I will not know, right? No evil thing, but more correctly, an evil thing or evil person right here. So he says a froward heart. Let's bring this down to Hebrew. It says, Lebaba ikesh, Yasor mimeni, Yasor, right? Sor, the word sor will depart. So what will depart? Right? The evil heart. Didn't he say that earlier? He said something about they will, it was a sore. Was the word sore? Was it in this or was it something else we was reading right there? But here we have the word sore. Sore, right, is to like depart, to turn aside, right? To turn aside. Here we go. To turn off, to turn aside. So when he says lebab, right, a heart, lebab, in a man, mind, conscience, right? Ikesh, right? A heart, an inner thought, an inner disposition, a conscience, a twisted conscience, a distorted mind, a distorted feeling and emotion, perverted, right? Distorted. He says, Yasor, right? Yasor mimeni, will swerve away from me, right? Ra lo eda, ra lo eda. Ra lo eda. In other words, evil, like a wicked man, a wicked person. Ra lo not eda. Eda. I will know. Lo eda. I will not know. Let's break this down. So the ikesh is like a crook-hearted. Ikesh. Let's scroll down here. Ikesh, distorted, hence false, a crooked heart. We have this in Proverbs 11 and 20, right? Because it's such an important psalm, let's just hit Proverbs 11. Is it 11? 11 and 20. Yep, 11 and 20. Let's go to 11 and 20. Here we go right here, 11 and 20, right? To bring out this verse right here. They that are of a froward heart, abomination to Yahweh, to he who be. The upright in way, in the derek, the upright in the derek, his delight. So here it clearly tells us that those who are ikesh, right, distorted, crook-hearted, right, they are a to'eba, disgusting thing, abomination, abominable, right, in the ethical sense, something disgusting to he who be. And those who are upright, right? Notice the word upright here is not yashar, upright, but it's tamim, the same word that we have here, perfect and integrity. Perfect and integrity. So therefore, perfection is attainable in the Hebrew way, according to the Hebrew mind, the HD. The other foolishness, well, no, you can't attain the other foolishness because it's foolish. Don't really exist, right? But what is real is Yahweh's direction, instruction. Here, let's bring out the verse here. It says, To'ebat Yahweh, the abomination of Yahweh, ikshe lay. So the order of words is different. In the English, it says, they that are of a froward heart, an abomination to the Lord. But the Hebrew is taught abat Yahweh, the abomination of he who be. Ikshe are those who are crooked of heart, crooked of mind, of conscience. Or ritzono, and ritzono, right? Timime Darek, and those who are Ritzono, his Ritzon, his delight, Ratzon, pleasure, delight, his goodwill, his acceptance, Ritzono, his goodwill, his pleasure, his delight, his acceptance, Ritzono, Timime Darek. Notice this right here. It says the upright, right? Timime, the upright ones, the ones of integrity that have integrity, right? Perfection in the derek, right? That are upright in the way. So when we say that the real word for so-called Christian or Christianity, according to the scripture, was the way. And we can see the way all the way, all the way back there, right? Even in the earlier scroll. So only what is straightforward will remain in his heart, right? In his innermost, in his medi, right? I would not allow anyone with a perverted mind, right, in my presence. Like, get away from me, right? I would not be involved with anything evil, right? I would not know. I would not be intimate with an evil man or with the evil. If I rate this according to Yahweh's instructions and direction as evil, hey, it got to go, right? So here, Lebab ikesh asur mimeni ra lo eda, not be intimate. So here, next two verses, 2 by 2, right? 2 by 2 into the ark. Here's the hey verse right here, right? Now here to another section. So far completed those 4 verses, first 2 verses, the king, the Melech, right? The Nagus, even Nagus and the guest, longing for Yahweh's presence, his face, his perception. Verses 3 to 4, he will shun everything that's of Belial, everything that's base, good for nothing. They say good for nothing and ratchet, right? And here in verses 5 to 6, his ministers, who will serve, who will be the servants? The ministers, right, must be righteous. So his ministers, those in the government, right, the Davidic government, must be righteous, right? Must be righteous. Whoso privily slandereth. Remember what Matthew said. He said sometimes, you know, you know, the seed, it bears undesired fruit, because it's like, or sometimes the seed doesn't bear the proper fruit. It's like, you get a bag of corn seeds. Who knows? Somebody might mix some other seeds in there. And so you look at the top, you say, okay, this is corn, right? And you go and put it down. Then you start to see some wheat growing up. You say, how did the wheat get in the corn thing, right? Sometimes, there's that undesired fruit. But the principle is that the ministers, those who serve the righteous king to keep the righteous government, must be righteous. You know what I mean? But what did Christ say? Pray to the Lord of the Sabbath that he will send more, like laborers into the vineyard, because that's in Yahweh's hands. You know what I mean? We just have to deal with man and man, right? What they are is what they are, right? But ideally speaking, the ministers must be righteous, right? Make that right choice. Whoso slandereth privily, secretly slandereth, gossip, chatty patty, his neighbor, him will I cut off. Him that hath an high look and a proud heart will not I suffer. Will not I suffer. Let's break this down here, bring out the Hebrew here. It says, Melashni baseter re'ehu oto atzmit. Oto, him, atzmit. Him, right? Him will I destroy, right? Gebah, ainaim. Gebah, proud, arrogant, ainaim. Arrogant eyes, proud eyes. Ua rechab lebab, and a like lofty eyes, lifted up eyes, ambitious, over ambition, and rechab lebab, and an arrogant conscience, rechab lebab, haughty, right? Right? Oto, him, lo ukal, lo ukal, lo. I just can't. In a sense, in the psalm here, he's saying, and those who are proud and haughty, like, proud eyes and haughty heart, him, I just can't. I can't with him. I can't. People say, I just can't. I just can't. Low ka, low ka. Well, what about so and so? Low ka. Oto? Low ka. No, with him, I can't. That's what he's saying. I would not allow, but I have no capacity for such. You know what I mean? There's no capacity. I'm not going to play along with such. They need to go, right? From the government. You know what I mean? Right? Melashniya baseter. Melashni. So we get melashni. Melashni. What's melashni? Right? Melashni. So we have lashan is to use the tongue. It's the verb. Lishon is tongue. Lishon, tongue. Lashan is the verb. He used the tongue. He used the tongue can also be slander in the sense of he accused, malashni. He accused, like false accusers, the ones who wag the tongue, right? Calumniate, like gossip, right? Malashni, lashan, malashni, right? His neighbor re'ehu, his reya, who slanders his companion, his friend, his fellow shepherd, right? His friend re'ehu, right? Whosoever does this malashniya Basater, right? Basater, in secret, sater, secretly covering. Like people gossip, and then people talking about, and then you ask somebody, like, hey, why are they talking this way about me? And sometimes you don't know that very person right there is the person who started. You wouldn't think, because everybody else is talking. Because what they did is malashni baseter re'ehu. They slandered secretly. They were covered. They covered themselves. Cover me, cover me. You know what I mean? So whether in a good or bad sense, but the context here is a bad sense, right? In other words, instead of just telling, if he's really wrong or somebody really did something wrong, then just call it out. Just bring it forward. Bring it forward. Bring your witness, your evidence. You've seen something wrong. You have a duty to, but now you're going around gossip. Don't tell nobody, but this is wrong. He did this wrong. If it's a charge, that had to be right. You see, that's why he begins over chesed umishpat, with loving kindness, right? Because maybe the person didn't know that they did it. Maybe it's an unwitting sin, but no, you gossiping, all right? So slander, this is a common vice, right? That is denounced in Hebraic ethics. And this is also a common vice in the king's court, because everyone is courting the king's favor. You know what I mean? The ones are easy to say, hey, you know what so-and-so did? I don't want to speak bad about him. I really love him. But you see, such and such and such. The king, hopefully being circumspect, will see that, right? And act accordingly. It says, him will I do what? Him I will oto atzmit. Oto. Him, oto atzmit. Him atzmit. I will samat. Samat means he put an end to. Samat to the third person, right? He put an end to, past tense. He cut off. He destroyed. He exterminated. But here in the passage, oto atzmit. I will put an end to. I will atzmit. I will cut him off. Oto atzmit. I will exterminate, extirpate him. I'm going to terminate his office, like from serving. He can't serve, right? Because he's causing too much dissension, right? Confusion. He's a slanderer, right? It says, him that hath a high look, gabah einayim, who have gabah, right? Gabah, not there. Gabah, here we go, right there. High, gabah, high, proud, lofty, right? High, proud, lofty, right? Einayim is not look but eyes, naim, right? Lofty eyes, or even not always physically, but in the figurative sense, those who have the spirit, right? Showing the mental qualities, right? That their mental perception, it's like what? It's out of bounds, a high look. This kind of speaks to what we talk about, like His Majesty says, there's always something moving, brewing, right? Ambitious people, wicked people. Now, people say, what's wrong with ambition? Ambition can have its good sense, but in the world, it's usually a negative sense that will lead to the gossiping, running this person down to big up your position because you think that you deserve, your eyes tell you that you need to be up here. That's that high look, gaba ainaim, right? So much so that you're going around slandering. You see, these are connected here. And a proud heart, a rahab, right? Lebab, a proud, a wide heart, right? It says broad, right? Broad is the way, right, that lead to destruction, but narrow is the gate that lead to life. Look at the word right here. Rahab means what? Wide, broad, wide, right? Roomy, right? Have a roomy heart, right? Anything can go, right? You got room enough for everything, right? Roomy, you know what I mean? Liberal, right? Rahab, to grow wide, right? Big, broad, and massive, right? Right here, Rahab Lebab, right? Rahab Lebab, Lebab. But this is the understanding. You understand everything. All right. You agree with every part. You're on everybody's side. Yeah. Therefore, you're on nobody's side. Right? Inclination, resolution, determination. You're not on God's side, right? Because on certain things that matter, right, He takes a stand. And so should we. Right? So here, a proud heart, will not I suffer, right? Him, right? Oto lo ukal. So ukal comes from yakol. Yakol means ability. It's as a word for ability, like ability. It can mean victory, to prevail, like me and you fighting, and I'm able to knock you out. You're not able to knock me out. Well, I overcame you because I had ability, right? Basically, I was able. I could, right? I did because I could. See what down here? Yakol. So when he says Oto, him, lo ukal, I just can't. The more better translation, I just can't with him. I just can't. You know how you say with some type of people, I just can't. How about this one here? I will destroy anyone who slanders his neighbor in secret. I will not tolerate anyone who has a cocky demeanor and an arrogant attitude. I will silence. That's one way to put it. Atzmit, samat, whoever secretly slanders his neighbor, I won't tolerate. Right? Lo ukal, I just can't. One who is haughty and conceited. Right? So right here, right? The haughty and the proud, right? The rahab, right? And the gabah. Such men are likely to imperil the peace of the state, right? And we can submit this to you. That is the godless and creeping coup, the creeping and godless coup against, right, the elect of God, the King of Kings of Ethiopia, was from such men, right? Some of them even from the so-called royals. You want the truth? Can you handle the truth? Right? Can you handle the truth? Right? The evidence is there, right? I would not endure, right? Because such men, they imperil, right, the peace of the state, right? This is what caused the kingdom to fall before, right? Right? Zion, right? Here, verse 6 right here, the Vav verse, the section, his ministers must be righteous. So it's outlining now those who will serve. It says, mine eyes. So now we know what will not be tolerated: the slanderer, the haughty, the conceited, the proud. Right? Now, what will be tolerated? Mine eyes up on the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with me. He that walketh in a perfect way. Look at the key. The key here is the halakha. He whose process, right, manner of life, liberty, right, manner of behavior, conversation, right, is with integrity, in a way of integrity. This sort of person, one who has integrity, shall serve me, right, shall serve me. Perfect in the way. Here we have the word tamim again, right, that we have as integrity. Right, integrity, having integrity, right? One who's going to and fro, right, is in accord with truth and fact, right? Not fantasy. Deal with reality, morally, right? Integrity. What do we have right here? Bring out the Hebrew here. Who will serve? Einai. He says, Einai, my eyes. Einai, my eyes, my mental perception, faculty of mind. Einai, be neemne. Be neemne eretz is upon the neemne. Neemne, Namin, the faithful, Neemne, the faithful of Eretz, the faithful of the land. Ainai be Neemne Eretz la Shebet, right? La Shebet, so that they may yashab, may be seated, may dwell, imadi, imad ani, with me. La Shevet, imadi, that they may dwell, right? Like to say, live with me. They may dwell, they may be seated up with me. Holek, the one who goes, they're going to and fro, they're halaka, holek, right? Bidarek, in a way, tamim, in a way of integrity, holek bidarek tamim, who? He himself, and none other but he himself. This qualification, here we have the pronoun who, ye sharte ani, he will serve ani, he will serve me. Who? Ye sharteni, who ye sharteni, full of the verse. Ainai benemne eretza la shebeta imadi holek b'derek tamim, who ye sharteni, he will serve me. So mine eyes, the eyes. Interesting. Then the previous verse, he talked about those with like the high look, the haughty look, the gebah, naim. Now he speaks about his eyes, true eyes. He says, nai, mine eyes shall be upon the neemne eretz. Neemne come from aman, right? To support, to confirm, the basic word to be faithful, right? And also the true word, when we talk about like religion, faith, belief, is with this word, which means to be firm, to trust, right? To be certain, right? To be firm and to be confirmable, to be credit worthy, to have credit and to be credit worthy, right? Often translated as belief, right? But to be trustworthy. This sense, ne'emne, right? Ne'emne, right? Those who are established, those who are faithful. Ne'emne, from the Nephil. So the Aman in the Nephil bill, Ne'emne, the faithful of, Ne'emne, right? The faithful of, the confirmed of, the faithful, the trustworthy, the reliable of, Eretz, the reliable of the land, the reliable of the country, right? What do we have right here? Mine eyes, I will look out to discover. Einai. Right? Remember the eyes again, literal eye, physical eye, secondary in Hebrew, showing mental quality, the eye of the mind, that first eye, the eye of the mind, the mental and the spiritual faculties, right? We'll look out, right, to discover those who are faithful, right? Those who are faithful. For what reason, right? That they may dwell, la shevet imadi, that they may Shabbat, Shevet, La Shevet, that they may seat up, dwell, remain, abide, that they may be seated up with me, right? That they may be seated in the Rastafari sense is perfect, kind of like Hebrew. It's like literally in the Hebrew that they may be seated up with me, right? La Shevet, right? La Shevet imadi, that they may be seated up with me. And to say, that is to say, they may dwell, they may remain with me, right? Seated up with me. Come, we seat up together. That this is to say that they may be my associates, that they may be my chaverim, they may be my fellows, my associates, right? My fellows, yes. Chaverim, shalom, chaverim. La shabeta imadi, imad with ani, with me, imadi, right? Then he says holek v'dereka tamim, who ye sharteini, right? He that holek, right? The walker, one who walks, to say like one who go to from the halakha sense, right? One whose manner of life and liberty, right, is going to and fro, right? is in a way of integrity, right? Each of his ministers, basically, he's saying in this verse, must be like himself. So this verse here actually links with the second verse, right? In the opening, I will give heed, I'll be circumspect to the way of integrity. Oh, when wilt thou come to I will walk et halek bitam lebabi bikareb beiti. I will walk within my house in the way, in the integrity, right? In the integrity of my heart, my conscience. Et halek bitam lebabi, in the midst of my house. Bikareb beiti. So that verse was his verse. He said of himself what his positive affirmation, confession would be. And then he stipulates that for any of his servants. When he says, Ye sharteni, sharat. Sharat is the minister to serve, right? So when it says, Ye sharte, they will serve ani. They will serve me. He says, who? He. This ideal type, right? Qualification. Who? He himself and none other. Who? Yesharteni. He will minister to me. He will serve. He will attend as a menial or as a worshiper. Now, this is the interesting one there. As a worshiper, they worship God, right? Yahweh, Jah, right? And the king, right? And Dawid, right? Worship God and the king. So the worship also is in the sense of service, to attend, right? What do you attend to, right? Worship, what has value, right? Figuratively also to contribute to, right? Those who will contribute to the establishment and the perpetuity of the kingdom, right? Of God, right? The kingdom of God, the kingdom of heaven. The context here, the Israelite kingdom, the kingdom of David, right here. So this verse here with verse 2. But here to seal up, last section, verses 7 and 8, he will purge Jerusalem of the wicked. Now, after these affirmations have been declared, right? Now, remember, November 2nd, 1930, the Rastafari Mekonnen, right, aka anointed and crowned Kedemah Haile Selassie upon the throne of David. This was his utterance as well. Right. See, at first I came across the research that showed and proved that. Then now getting into Torah and the Psalm study, the Midrash, Sefer Tehillim, Midrash, and then recognizing chant, it makes so much sense, right? Along with the other, right, acts and deeds and oaths and word and vows of the anointed king, right, that go along with this principle, right, from Dawid HaMelech, right, to the greater David, the greater son. So here, he will purge Jerusalem, Zion, and Jerusalem, the city of David, and the surrounding Jerusalem, right, of the wicked. He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house. He that telleth lies shall not tarry in my sight, right? Shall not be established, right? Shall not dwell, right? It says, shall not tarry, right there, tarry, right? Kun, nakon, lo nakon, right? Will not be set up, will not be firm, right? Will not be confirmed, right? Yeah, will not tarry to be established in my what? In my eye. You see the eye, the eyes, eye nine. He said, my eyes will be upon the Nemne Eretz, the faithful of the land. Let's bring this out from the Hebrew here. He says, Lo Yesheb, Lo Yesheb, Bik Areba Beiti, Osei Remia, Dobera Shikarim, Lo Yikona Leneged Ainai. He says here, Lo Yesheb, and not seated, not sitting. Who will not seat up with me? He says, Lo Yesheb, not seating Bik Areb Beiti, within my house. Osei is the doer, the worker, the doer, Remia, the worker of Remia. What is it? Remia of laxness, slackening, but often has a sense of deceit, treachery, right? Deceit, treachery, right? Coming from Rama. Rama as a basic word means to shoot, to cast, to shoot. It's often used of the bow shotters, like somebody who is a character assassin. Basically, a character assassin, right? Because Rama has to do the bow shooters, the bowmen. Because the bowmen have to, when they shoot the arrow, it's like hurling the arrow, right? In that sense, to throw down. But the secondary sense is what we're interested of Rama in the sense of Remiya. The Remiya is to beguile, right? Deceptive, misleading, one who deals treacherously, right? The ones who trick trapping. No trick trapping in my house. What the Davidic king is saying. No one who deals treacherously, who betrays, who hurls and shoot out words and accusation, like they're a bow shot, like they're a sniper. You know what I mean? And thereby deluding and betraying and causing ones and ones to fall. Right? So you see how the word Rama literally has to do with the bow shotters, right? The ancient snipers, right? The bowmen, how they would hurl their arrows in order to hit spots, or hit ones. But there are people who do this with their words and their false accusation, right? And their deception. So what he says is lo yesheb, not seated, no seat, no seated, right? Big areb beiti. Notice it says big areb beiti. In the midst of my house, big rebeti, say the doer of Remiya, say Remiya, a deceitful person will not be seated up, right? Right? Big rebeti in the midst of my house. Dober shikarim, right? So dober come from dabar. Let's break it down right here. It says, he that telleth. So the word tell here is dabar. It's literally the word that speak. A speaker of lies, dober, speaker, right? Shikarim, dober shikarim. So here in the verse we have it in the plural, but getting to the dictionary we get the sheker, singular, right? A lie, sheker, a deception, sheker, a disappointment. The sense of this is deception. It's like what deceives and disappoints or betrays one. Right? More better to distinguish it from the Remiya will be like fraud, a fraudulent, a liar, basically a liar, right? But the lie is a fraud, right? Falsehood, right? Injurious in testimony, giving false testimony. Dober shikarim. Remember the 10 words says not to be a false witness, lying witness, the sheker, right? Lying, fraudulent witness, falsehood, right? You're injuring somebody because you're giving a lying, a false testimony, right? He said these kind, no, that testifies falsehood, right? That give false oath. I swear by the Most High, blah, 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 and the liar. Falsity, right? False, self-deceived, right? False tongue, right? Untruth, a sham. So it's like fraud. Literally, it's a lie. But in the context, it's like fraudulent. It will not dwell, lo yesheb, as we have in Psalm 15. 15 also gives us some of the basics of both the proper walk, but also especially for the kingship right there in Psalm, who will dwell, right, in thy presence, in thy house, in thy courts, right? Psalm 15, right, with a different verb. A deceitful man will not have entry. The ultimate idea should not have entry to the palace, right? To the palace, right? Right there. They will not be established. He will be dismissed. So in Ethiopia, there used to be what they call the Shum Shir. Shum in them hard from the Shum is to appoint. Shum is related to the Hebrew sim and sim, right? To set, to appoint. Shum Shir. Shir is to cut, right? To appoint or disappoint, where one will be appointed, Shum, and then maybe they can't function that job, but somewhere else is better. Then they'll be like, dismissed from that post and appointed somewhere else. But there were those who just had to be dismissed. They had to be dismissed. Right? They had to be like permanently dismissed. Yeah. Right. He will be dismissed when his character, when his true colors start showing through. Right? His character is discovered. His true character, right? as a deceiver, a treacherous person, right? And as a speaker of lies, giving false testimony, right? Bearing false witness, right? So this brings us here to the eighth, the chet, eighth and final verse right here, right? Of the ideal king, the Rases, the Rastafari, the Rases, the Prince's Psalm, the mirror of magistrates, the mirror of majesty, right? Of the Davidic king, even the greater David, greater son. Here he says, I will early destroy, early, right? I will early destroy all the wicked of the land, that I may cut off all the wicked doers, right? All the wicked doers from the city of Yahweh. First thing we have to point out here is that though it mentions, whenever like I see a verse and it mentions the same word, basic word twice, I like to look and see if it's the same Hebrew sense, right? Here we see that wicked, right, in the first part of the verse, right, is not the same as all wicked doers in the second part of the verse. Just to note that right there. Let's bring up the verse right here. It says, La bik arim atzmit, kol rish'ei aretz, le hakrita me'ir Yahuwah, kol po'alei awen, call po'alei awen, all the habitual workers of wickedness, those who practice, right? Oh, that's interesting. The ISV actually, let's see. The first one is the Rasha, the wicked, Rishay, called Rishay Aretz, all the defiant of the land. La Bikarim, like morning by morning in the Boker. We say Boker Tov, like good break of day, good morning, good dawning. Boker here is like, in one sense, La Bikarim, La Bikarim, right? Atzmit, I will exterminate, cut off, call, all Rishay, all the defiant ones, the evil, right? The disagreeable, Aretz, all the wicked of the land, lehakarit, to cut, hakarit, to cut me'ir from the city, the consciousness, the city, me'ir Yahweh, from the city of he who be, call all po'ale, all the, not just a worker or a doer. This word pa'al usually involves like habitual work, something that is habitually done. We use this word for work, pa'al. So where it says call po'ale is those who habitually or systemically do whatever, whether do good habitually, systemically, or do bad. This sense here, bad. Call po'ale awen, call po'ale aven, call po'ale aven. So what do we have here? We have the first one is Rasha, right? Wicked criminal, right? Defiant, hostile against Yahweh's way, right? Just like in a court case, right? They say somebody's guilty. That's the sense. So in the sight of Yahweh's Torah, the guilty one, right? The defiant one, Rishay Haaretz. And then over here, when it says lehakrit, so hakrit come from karat. Karat literally means to cut. Karat, I will cut, right? Lehakrit, I will cut down, right? Destroy in that sense, cut off all the workers, right? Called po'ale. So po'ale is from pa'al. Now, the word asa means to do as well. What's the difference? Pa'al has a sense down here, to do is to make, but it's more of doing and making in a systemic way, systematically, habitually. The sense in translation in English is better brought out by saying to practice. So when it says that I may cut all, right, the habitual, the systemic, right, evil doers, right? Not somebody just did, somebody, a drunk man might walk straight, and a sober man may stagger. You see, that's to say that people can make a mistake or unwitting error. But these are not those that just do evil. Oh, it's an accident. No, it's a part of their system, it's a part of their habit, right? So that's the word pa'al, right? Po'ale, the workers of, the habitual workers of, the habitual practitioners, the practitioners of Aven. Call po'ale Aven, call po'ale Awen. All the habitual workers of trouble, wickedness, sorrow, yes, yes. But the real inner sense of it, so you can get it better, all those who are habitual workers of evil, they exert themselves in vain. It's almost like when one say, I think Farhana Selassie has said that, the wicked like work every day, like the wicked people, they do the wickedness, like the system, the world, they are at it on and on in season out of season. They just keep at it. What I mean? It's vain. It's all gonna, come to its fulfillment as it was prophesied and written, but they exert themselves. They put a lot of effort. So what is Aven? Aven or Awain? Awain is like the pan, right? So these evil doers, part of their evil doing is that they exert great effort to do evil, but what they're doing in a full sense is like it's like vain. It's they're exerting themselves, right, in vain, and what they exert themselves, right, to do is gonna come to nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody put a great effort for something that is worth nothing. That you put in all of that for what? You know what I mean? This is the sense right here, right? Because it basically is their idolatry. So they're going to be cut off. So here to the last verse right here. La bakarim. We got to deal with that first part. Here we have bakarim, bokarim, right? Bokarim, boker. Boker is the morning, the break of day, bokarim. So in that sense, la bokarim, right, is saying like morning by morning, right, day by day, like at the break of day. And it's interesting because the conquering line of tribe of Judah, the king of kings of Ethiopia, that Davidic occupant of the throne of David, it was said that he would rise up very early, right, very early in the day, right, the business, right, of the Davidic government, right? So morning. So Bok Arim is like to say morning by morning, right? Morning, early, break a day by early, break a day. Morning by morning. La Bok Arim atzmit, atzmit, right? Morning by morning. Every morning atzmit. I will put an end, right? Destroy, exterminate. You know what I mean? Like cut off, like almost like there's a lot of wickedness going on in this city, this town, this house. So every day we're gonna take care of a little bit of it at a time. All right, every day, chop chop. Chop chop goes the so-called big tree, right? Each morning the king, right? But the context of this here, right, with the Davidic king is that each morning the king, the Melech, right, the Negus, even Negus and the gas, will sit and sat to administer justice and sat to administer judgment, right? For real thing, right? Every morning. And I started to think about the Rastafari and my house. I said, wow, man. Like when you see the consistency of that. But then when you start to understand that is part of the divine pattern, right? Pattern recognition, right? Unless there was an Israelite connection, how would ones know all these details, right? That we're just learning about and some maybe never know about, right? But here, let's break it down right here. Jeremiah 21:12, mirror image verse 21:12. What it says, O house of David, O house of David, thus saith Yahweh, execute judgment when? In the morning. In the what? In the boker. In the break of day, in the morning. And deliver the spoiled out of the hand of the downpresser. Why? Why? Yahweh says, lest, speaking to the house, the bite David, speaking to the house of David, the bite David, here, there, and everywhere. We applying this here within the revelation, the Rhema word to Ethiopia, right? With the Rastafari, anointed and crowned Kamah Haile Selassie upon the throne of David. Also, this process was seen, right, in its very Israelite and Hebraic sense. But check this verse, Jeremiah, right? Check out Ermias in them heart. Ermias, Jeremiah, O house of David, thus saith Yahweh, execute judgment when? In the boker, in the morning, and deliver the spoiled out of the hand of the downpresser. You remember in Psalm 82, corrupt judges the reign, where he says, I've said you are gods. because in that sense, it says, "In the house of David shall be as God." That's what it says in the scripts and the prophet. The house of David shall be as God. Right? So who are blaspheming? Them are blaspheming. They blaspheme God and the king. Right? It says, execute judgment in the morning and deliver the spoiled out of the hand of the spoiler, the downpresser, unless my fury go out like fire, my fury go out like fire burn, and burn that none that none can quench, lest my fury go out like fire, and burn that none can quench, because of the evil of your doings. Check it. So the judge, see, the execute is the judge, right? To judge. So as the judges also are ascribed that collective title of Elohim, right? The anointed and Davidic ruler also has a duty, right? According to, right, Torah and covenant and Davidic covenant, right, to do so. So here it says, Beit Dawid, Kohamar Yahuwah, Dinu, Labok Era Mishpata, We, Hatzilo, Gazol Miyad Osheka, Pen, Teitseya Kaesha, Hamati. He says, less going forward, less she's going to go forward. Fire, she going to go forward. Less fire, she go forward. Right? Chamati, my cham. So Yahweh says, listen, if you don't do this, I'm going to go cham on you. And she, my fire, is going to burn you up. Pen, teitseya kaesha chamati. Ua ba'ara, uba'ara, and burn with ain mekabeh, right? Mipneya ro'ah, ma'alalekem, and none, right? And none, what it says, and none can what? Right? Kaba, mikaba, none can quench it. Hot to fire, you can't put it out. Why? Because of the roa, from ra, evil, to do evil, ra'ah. Here we have roa. Roa is like the evilness, the badness, the bad quality. They say bad mind is worse than obia because of the bad quality, the badness, the sadness, the madness. And he says, because of the evil of ma'alalekem, of your ma'alal, your deeds, your practice. He says to the practice, the usually bad practice, because of your malpractice, right? So Davidic kings who were anointed and crowned that didn't do this, they were in breach of covenant. But Davidic kings, like the King of Kings of Ethiopia that did this, were in alignment with the true covenant. O house of David, thus saith Yahweh, execute judgment in the morning, and deliver the spoiled out of the hand of the downpresser, lest my fury go out like fire, and burn that none can quench, because of the roah of your evil doings, right? Your habitually bad practices. So right here, this is bring out this whole sense of the boker in the first verse right here, la bokrim, right? But we pointed differently, la bokrim, la bikarim, bakarim. It's interesting in a secondary sense, this word here, let's see if we can bring it out. Bakar means to seek, to inquire. Let's go over here for a moment. Let's see if I can bring this out. Bakara, seeking, caring. Bikoret, punishment. Bikoret, right? Bakash, no, let's go the opposite way. Bakar. You see me there? You see Bakar? See Bakar. Bakar, very close in the Hebrew. And this is where we go to the next level of Medi, right? Cattle, oxen, right? The cattle, oxen. It's kind of interesting right there. It's almost like the judgment in the morning will almost be like the slaying of the cattle, like the preparations of the priests will prepare in the mornings. They will prepare the sacrifices, right? The priests, the daily sacrifice. And in these mornings too, the Davidic king will render judgment, right? Separating, the bad from the good, right? Thereby keeping purity in place and the tikkun olam, right? So in that sense, there's a secondary reason that has to do with the cattle and the connection of how the wicked will be almost like the cattle, right, to be slain because of the similarity or the closeness of Boker and Bakar. But here it says La Bokrim, right, Atzmit, right? So morning by morning, the capital as well as the court must be morally clean, right? Must be morally clean, right? That is a kind of a prerequisite, right? Morally clean. And then he says that I may cut off all the habitual evildoers, Me'ir Yahuwah, from the city, Me'ir, right? From the city, right? A place of waking, the city, waking, the consciousness, the waking, the city, right? Of he who be. And this is speaking of Jerusalem, the city of David, Zion, right? In the same vicinity as the city of Yahweh, Jerusalem, basically one and the same. So here, just to bring that out right there, brothers and sisters and brothers, here today's daily psalm, according to the royal order, we have Psalm 100, right? Psalm 100 and 101. I want to bring out this dub right here. Here. Today's daily psalm. Yes, sir. Rastafari. Here, bring it.
Psalm 101.
מזמור ק"א, לדוד מזמור.
I will sing of mercy and judgment.
חסד ומשפט אשירה.
Unto thee, O Lord, will I sing.
לך אדוני אזמרה.
I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way.
אשכילה בדרך תמים.
Oh, when wilt thou come unto me?
מתי תבוא אליי. אתהלך.
I will walk. I will walk within my house with a perfect heart.
אתהלך בתום לבבי.
I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes. I hate the work of them that turn aside. It shall not cleave to me. A froward heart shall depart from me. I will not know a wicked person. Whoso privily slandereth his neighbor, him will I cut off. Him that hath an high look and a proud heart will not I suffer. Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with me. He that walketh in a perfect way, he shall serve me. He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house. He that telleth lies shall not tarry in my sight. I will early destroy all the wicked of the land, that I may cut off all wicked doers from the city of the Lord.
Lion of Judah Society.
לדוד מזמור, חסד ומשפט אשירה, לך אדוני אזמרה, אשכילה בדרך תמים, מתי תבוא אליי? אתהלך בתום לבבי בקרב ביתי, לא אשית לנגד עיני דבר בליעל, עשוס שתים שנאתי לא ידבק בי, לבב עיקש יסור ממני, רע לא אדע, מלושני בסתר ראו אותו עצמית, גבה עיניים מוחב לבב אותו לא אוכל, עיני בניהם בני ארץ לשבת עמדי, הולך בדרך תמים הוא ישרתני, הוא ישב בקרב ביתי עושה רמיה, דובר שקרים לא יקון לנגד עיני, לבקרים עצמית כל רשעי הארץ, להכיב מאיר אדוני, כל פועל לאבן.
מזמור ק"א, לדוד מזמור. חסד ומשפט אשירה, לך אדוני אזמרה. אשכילה בדרך תמים, מתי תבוא אליי? אתהלך בתום לבבי, בקרב ביתי. לא אשית לנגד עיניי דבר בלי יעל, עשו שתים שנאתי, לא ידבק בי. לבב עיקש יסור ממני, רע לא אדע, מלושני וסתר, רעהו אותו עצמית. גבה עיניים ורחב לבב, אותו לא אוכל. עיני בנאמנם ארץ לשבת עמדי, הולך בדרך תמים הוא ישרתני. לא ישב בקרב ביתי עושה רמייה, דובר שקרים לא ייכון לנגד עיניי. לבקרים עצמית כל רשעי ארץ, להחריט מעיר אדוני כל פועלי עוול.
Lion of Judah Society.
Yes. Boker Tov. Have a blessed, have a good day, good break of day, and a Shabbat Tov, and a good Shabbat right here on the outro. Today's song.
Psalm 101.
מזמור ק"א, לדוד מזמור.
I will sing of mercy and judgment.
חסד ומשפט אשירה.
Unto thee, O Lord, will I sing.
לך אדוני אזמרה.
I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way.
אשכילה בדרך תמים.
Oh, when wilt thou come unto me?
מתי תבוא אליי? אתהלך.
I will walk.
אתהלך.
I will walk within my house with a perfect heart.
אתהלך בתום לבבי.
I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes. I hate the work of them that turn aside. It shall not cleave to me. A froward heart shall depart from me. I will not know a wicked person. Whoso privily slandereth his neighbor, him will I cut off. Him that hath an high look and a proud heart will not I suffer. Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with me. He that walketh in a perfect way, he shall serve me. He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house. He that telleth lies shall not tarry in my sight. I will early destroy all the wicked of the land, that I may cut off all wicked doers from the city of the Lord.
Lion of Judah Society.
The emperor was then vested with the 7 ornaments of the coronation, including his gold sword studded with precious stones, a diamond-encrusted ring, 2 traditional lances, the imperial scepter, and a golden globe of the earth, the imperial vestments, and at last came the magnificent crown. 7 differently scented ointments of ancient prescription were received on the imperial head, brow, and shoulders, one with each of these ornaments. The final ceremony was a grand tour of the cathedral by the emperor and empress, who was also crowned, but with less elaborate rites. They were escorted by the priests and bishops, princes and high dignitaries, Ethiopian bishops and priests from all over Ethiopia, and a large number of Coptic deacons, carrying palm branches and chanting in mighty volume.
Lion of Judah shall break every
Lion
chain.
of Judah Society.
Yeshua Shalom, y'all. Shalom, Chaverim. Boker Tov, Shabbat Tov. Be well.